Today's title, brothers and sisters, is the Gnostic Spiritual Jesus versus the Papal Literal Jesus. The spiritual Christ, the spiritual interpretation of biblical symbolism versus the literal interpretation. What each one makes you, what does each one mean for humanity? Stick around, this one's gonna be a deep one. But before we get deep into this, let me just say, man, it's good to be back once again. But the greatest divide in Christianity, brothers and sisters, is not denominational, it's interpretive. So today's presentation is gonna examine, excuse me a minute, hold on. Today we're gonna be examining the two fundamentally different understandings of Jesus from around the world. Now, a lot of people may say, Jesus only exists in the Western world. You would be wrong. There's only one God on the earth that's being called by many names, and Jesus is yet just one of those names. What separates this deity in the Western world from its original interpretations in the ancient world and in the Eastern world today? We're going to get into that today, and you'll be surprised how much knowledge there is to uncover as we go down that rabbit hole. So I'm going to show y'all the difference between the spiritual and literal interpretation from all aspects. We're going to do some syncretism and etymology today, like we always do, but we're going to crawl before we walk, you know what I mean? And we're going to refer to this throughout the whole show. I want to talk to y'all while I write this out, if that's okay. Make sure you liking and sharing the video on your way in. Let's talk about the spiritual and literal interpretation of not only Jesus Christ, but biblical symbolism, ancient symbolism. And by literally interpreting ancient symbols, you corrupt them, you invert them, and that is desecration. You change the original meaning. And what each of these different interpretations of the Bible or the Christ archetype means for us is, well, the spiritual interpretation means free will, and that is accompanied with sovereignty. Now, opposite of free will and sovereignty, the literal interpretation is what we would call God's will. And what will accompany that will be servitude. Servitude in particular to earthly rulers. To earthly rulers. I think we can squeeze all that. Servitude to earthly rulers. That's what God's will mean for the masses. Now, why is that? Why, right? Does the spiritual interpretation mean free will? The spiritual interpretation points us inward. It points us inward toward the self. The spiritual interpretation mean this serpent that you see on a tree, for example. Let's talk about biblical symbolism. The serpent you see on a tree is a personification of the spirit force or sine wave energy, not sin, but sine, the sine wave energy, the kundalini energy that flows up and down the spinal cord. So this is all dealing with us. It's all dealing with internal knowledge. It's all dealing with personal enlightenment. But the Literal interpretation is people literally believing in a snake that was talking in the garden. And now we get belief systems because the snake in the garden wanted us to be like God. And we're told by our earthly rulers, man can't be like God, but that is not a Christian way of thinking. The original Christians told us we need to strive to be like God. If God is good, why wouldn't we imitate God, but we can imitate Jordan? We can imitate Beyonce. We can imitate everything, but we can't imitate God. That's blasphemy. See, that is a Roman way of thinking. That's the Roman church, because they told their citizens that you could never behave right and morally on your own. You're inherently evil. You're a filthy sinner. And you need earthly rulers to discipline you and to rule over you and take away your sovereignty and free will, because you don't know how to exercise your free will responsibly, because naturally humans are born evil by default. This is religion and papal programming. So one is basically, let's just break them down one by one. I'm kind of getting ahead. I'm gonna go back to my list here. So the spiritual interpretation leads us to self-government, because once I start teaching people about the spirit within them, there are laws that govern the spirit, and discipline is at the top of the list. Our spirit is the righteous force within us that creates an incentive to even do good in the first place. It's to please the soul within man. We feel good when we do good. It confirms that the God within us, that we're acting out of the will of our own divine soul versus the external indoctrination. I can go to war and take land in the name of God when you're dealing with earthly rulers, because they're establishing an earthly empire. Whereas the true Christ taught that the kingdom of heaven was within. Now, if the kingdom of heaven is within and there are laws that govern the kingdom, then the inside world must reflect outwardly. And that's where self-discipline and self-government come in. So we can also put right here Islam, which is I am self-law and master. So on the spiritual side, we have self-government. On the literal side, we have what's called fiat government. How many of y'all familiar with fiat government? Drop a one. What comes with that is fiat currency, a slave system, a debt system, but it's all founded on religion. Self-government mean each human being becomes a self-governing law and master of the self. You're in control of your own vessel, being the body. The moment you're not in control over your own body, if we're talking maritime law, which is the foundation of fiat government, is based upon the law of the sea, any ship that is abandoned can be anchored by a mothership. Now, let me explain to you. If you're a big ass ship, right? You this huge ship traveling in the ocean, and you find an abandoned ship. It's finder's keeper when you're dealing with the law of the sea. It's pirate's law. Abandoned ship, you can anchor that and claim that. But the point is this: your body is treated like a unmanned ship at sea, and because of that, it can have these strings attached to it. It can be anchored to a mothership called a mother church, the Catholic Church or the papacy, right? The papacy, the mother church, is really the mothership, showing you how government establishes itself based upon religious beliefs and justifies taking away free will and sovereignty based upon religion teaching us we're born inherently evil. I'm crawling for I'm walking. We're going to get to symbolism, sacred geometry, and etymology here in a minute. But check this out, folks. The thing about fiat government is it deals with the law of the sea. And the thing about the law of the sea, you can have children on a ship, and that's still an abandoned ship. Now, you may say, but Sanchez, How is that an abandoned ship if it got children on it? By the law of the sea, if there's no pirate or crew aboard to man what they call man the ship, like able to steer the ship, control this thing, then guess what? It's any man's, it's finders keepers of the people that can steer it and control it. And when you're dealing with government, fiat government, when you're born into this world, they basically say, hey, this person, their body is a ship at sea, but it doesn't have a captain or no one to steer it correctly. So you would be like a ship at sea with little kids aboard. If a big cruise ship find that ship, they can just take control of. Ain't no pirate, ain't no authority above it claiming it, controlling it. So your soul inside of your body is like a little kid in a ship if your soul isn't mature and doesn't know that it is a sovereign being and it is not its body, but it is the self-governor of its body. By default of you having a soul proves that you should be in control, meaning that the only people that should have earthly rulers is robots, machines, AI, and all of that. You shouldn't be demoted to the level of artificial intelligence, but I would even put you even lower than AI because AI is less governed than humans. AI has more sovereignty than human beings on earth. So take a look at what I'm showing you here and you will see how we get to this point. So we're like ships at sea that have told every ship in proximity, hey, I got a ship, but I don't know how to drive my shit. I don't know how to, I'm no pirate. I don't know how to steer my ship. So give me a god, give me a priest, give me a pope, a bishop, give me a crew. All of these names and titles are part of a crew. See, your pope, your bishop, all of the clergy members. These are crew members that you're allowing to pirate your ship and steer because you have forfeited free will and sovereignty at sea. I'm dealing with the law of the sea. So you can understand how you turn over your sovereignty. So even though you have a body, which is a ship, you're telling the religious order, I don't know how to steer my ship. I'm a sinner, meaning I'm a clumsy pirate. I crash into shit. I may sink my ship. Please come save me, Messiah. Give me a life raft or a crew to steer my ship for me. Then they send in the clergy to rule over your people when you do that. It's happening on a spiritual level. Drop a 1 in the chat room if everyone can hear me clearly, just to make sure that my little mic is still going on the board. I keep peeping at the chat. But if y'all tracking with what I'm saying, drop a 1. You know we take our time over here, man. Yeah, your body's a vessel. You're forfeiting the right to steer that vessel when you subscribe to religion. All right, let's continue, man. So you got self-masters and you got slave masters. Now look, the slave masters, not only can they not govern themselves, they go around the world conquering other people who are out of control and lack discipline like them. So you have self-masters. These are people that stay in their land, keep to themselves. They have a spiritual system of trying to maybe kill their ego. They're not on world conquest. They're on self-conquest. So with self-masters, you got to conquer your ego, right? So we can put ego / the self. With the self-masters, It's about self-conquest. With the slave masters, it is about world conquest. Now, another word for world conquest is Zionism. When we say, and this is important, I know everybody ready for me to get to the symbols and the syncretism, but let's do this kindergarten stuff first. This may seem redundant, but stay with me. You're going to see why I did it. So, self-conquest versus world conquest. World conquest is called Zionism. Now, why is that? Because you just can't go around and conquer the world, okay? You got to justify your reason for doing so. And that's called Zionism. So let me just teach you guys some very simple, basic, important stuff before we move on. All right. Yes, there's a such thing as world conquest, but anybody can seek to conquer the world. I can do that right now, and I will be on world conquest. It's a difference when we talk world conquest, right? When it comes to Zionism, is literally like saying the word computer in the same sentence as Microsoft. Because even though there are a lot of computers, there are what we call mother and father companies that can be responsible for laying the foundation for computers. And that's what we talk about Zionism. Anyone else on world conquest, they're just copying off the originators, the Zionists. Now check this out. Everybody on world conquest ain't a Zionist. Why do we want to talk about Zionism today? Because if we're going to deal with Christianity, we got to understand what the literal interpretation of it leads to. See, the reason they want everyone to literally interpret the Bible is because before these oppressors showed up to our land, we had a concept called the promised land. And the promised land was the kingdom of heaven. It was your ability to access the higher realms because you had mastered yourself through self-mastery. The people who didn't care about everyone mastering themselves, they cared about mastering the world. Look at what I'm showing. You had a group of people cared about mastering themselves. The promised land to them was a kingdom in a higher realm that our soul go to because we did what was right. Then you got these other group of literal interpreters or barbarians. Their promised land is over there on the Gaza Strip. Their promised land is literally a map you can pull out right now and see the kingdom of Zion that they establishing on earth. They already rebuilt the temples. They going around right now. We at the brink of World War III because they're rewriting the maps and they taking over these certain strategic sections. If you look at what they're taking over, you will see these are all the lands that the biblical God promised the children of Israel. But these are not the true children of Israel. The promise to the children of Israel was a promise of a kingdom that is not even on this earth, y'all. It is a heavenly kingdom, a spiritual kingdom that is not made out of any material that can decay and fall apart. It ain't built by the hands of man. They corrupted this stuff because the promised land was called Asgard. Shambhala is what it was called. Many refer to it as the base reality, Asgard, Eden to some. But it's not physical. It is a spiritual kingdom. You can't even see it with your human eyes. Okay, so they turned it into an earthly kingdom, and that's what Zionism is. The people who are using military power to take over the world, but they're sanctifying it in the name of God. That is all founded with the literal interpretation. Whether you like it or not, if you interpret the Bible literally, you are a Zionist, whether you like it or not. You can't say you're not, because the people that invented interpreting these ancient symbols literally were Zionists. No one else in the world took this stuff literally, man. We knew snakes didn't talk. We know snakes didn't talk. We know people didn't walk on water. We was using symbols to talk about ascension. But the barbarian inverted those symbols by taking them literally. And that hid the truth behind people believing in fairy tales. And what it supports is that the promised land is an earthly kingdom that we got to sacrifice our children to earthly authorities to go fight and help them take over the world. World conquest, not self-conquest. Christ was about fulfilling the law, which the law is thou shalt not kill, not steal, and all that. Christ never said he came to be a blood sacrifice. This is the Antichrist that is speaking that, and we finna get into the symbolism with that in a minute. So I want to lay the foundation for the spiritual and the literal before we hop over to the symbols and images and syncretism. And that's what we're doing right now. Let's finish. Make sure y'all hit the like and share button, man. We've been gone for a minute. Let the people know we back. Hype it up. Yeah, boy. Hype that joint up. Oh, look. So look, right here, we got internal enlightenment. And what's the opposite of internal enlightenment? The opposite of internal enlightenment is external indoctrination. No one can teach you about your soul. Just think about that for a minute. Your soul is the part of you that knows everything. You have a gold mine of knowledge, the Akashic records within you to access. Your soul don't have a beginning or an end. Your body do. Your body is the part of you that preventing a lot of y'all from grasping the shit I'm saying, because you listening with your ears instead of your mind. That sound crazy, right? But check it out, right? The part of you that lives forever, it don't have to learn nothing outside the body. The body is the part of us with limitations according to the ancients. The soul is our infinite, the part of us that's basically the creator within us. So like a lot of people who was meditating, they were seeking enlightenment and they were getting wisdom and knowledge through like what Confucius and all them was doing. Because that approach is saying, look, all of the knowledge of the universe is within man. He just got to tap into it. You can't learn it. You know what I'm saying? That's what enlightenment is. It ain't that I learned and it's the aha moment, like I rediscovered something that I lost. And that's why I was teaching y'all about Hermeticism, because when man fell from the higher kingdom, we fell through the 7 spheres and we were stripped of some of our knowledge when we fell through each one. Now, when you get to the earth, you so dumb that you are an empty vessel waiting for indoctrination. And we perpetuate the cycle of ignorance. The biggest enemy of truth is tradition. And tradition is the literal interpretation of people believing in talking snakes and miracle workers. And the truth is right here, which is us decoding these symbols the way that our ancestors did, who created them in the first place. So internal enlightenment leads to universal truth. And external indoctrination leads to what's called established truth. What's the difference? Universal truth wasn't established. It's something that can't be created or destroyed. The law is the law. The law wasn't created. The law can't be destroyed. The laws of the universe are just always is and always was. This is something that's so hard for you little humans to grasp, that some things don't have a beginning or ending to them. I know. Go sleep on that tonight. It's going to fuck you up. And it don't matter how much it fuck you up. Guess what? At the end of the day, tell yourself, it's just my little mind that's making it hard to grasp this. But the universe is bigger than my little mind, okay? Just keep telling yourself that to keep your ego in check. So you have universal truth, and then you have established truth, and these two are at war with each other. Now, you may say, well, Sanchez, if universal truth is at war with established truth, then universal truth gonna win. Not necessarily. The universe don't work by what's right or wrong. It works by what we agree to as a collective. If the majority of the world, of us sovereign beings, it's a spiritual voting system. If the most of the world subscribe to the established truth and the literal interpretation, then what we will manifest in our world will be Zionism and world conquest. Now go outside and look around and tell me what we manifested. This one, we manifest hell on earth, pestilence, AI controlling everybody, transhumanism with chips in you, more authority, more laws taken away, more tracking and surveillance. This is the kingdom of Zion, the earthly kingdom of Zion. This is what we're all agreeing to build right now. We're agreeing to turn over more sovereignty and give more power to our earthly rulers. There are children born every day, and most of them are subscribing to the literal interpretation, furthering the plight of Zionism. This is a spiritual voting system. If they can indoctrinate the babies into it, the universe will play by the rules. And what are the rules? It don't matter what's right and wrong. It matter what you want to do. As a collective, we're telling the universe, we want to build hell on earth. We want to be ruled over by the Antichrist, which is AI, and the basically transhumans that run our world working with AI to rule over us organic beings until eventually most of us merge with the machine, which is the transhuman agenda, the mark of the beast or whatever. But that's the kingdom of earthly kingdom of Zion. Now, that's what we're literally building because the people on the earth is so sleep. Everyone falling for the propaganda. And everyone is going with the literal interpretation of some sort. If you subscribe to any Abrahamic faiths, they all are under the literal interpretation and the established truth, the safe truth. You know, a person can't talk how I'm talking about Satan not being bad, Gnosticism. You know, the spiritual interpretation is not literally, because that's not the popular teaching in the world. This is. There's a voting system in the world, and this is winning. So when I asked the question earlier, just because the universal truth is the truth that is timeless and is that of the universe, doesn't give it a free W. I have to correct a lot of people because we think like that as sovereign beings. We think, well, because I'm good, everything gonna work out. No, that's what the church programmed into you. What it is it don't matter what's good and bad. It matter what you want. That's simply how the universe works. It matter what we desire, what we agree to consent to on an individual level and a collective level. If it was all about what's good winning, then you wouldn't even need revolutionaries and martyrs and all that shit. Things don't just work out for the good. Now, things can work out for your good, but according to my research about the world we living in, this world been this way a long time. What we call Eden, it was an early earth that wasn't this earth. We fell into this particular hellhole, and this place has always been like this. People say, but that was a time on earth when it was a paradise. That wasn't the same earth, man. That wasn't the same earth. We fell from that earth. That's why people looking for Eden and they can't find it. But check this out, y'all. I want to keep going with this right here because the established truth is just what creates what we call the establishment, the world fiat government. And what that means is it's the truth that we all agree to make, not what's really the universal truth, but the world we all agree and consent to make, rather out of ignorance. It don't matter if you was ignorant or whatever. It's just what we consent to make as a collective. So this can be looked at as the Tartarian world and the barbarian world over here, which is the literal interpretation. It creates the barbaric system or the papal system. And over here would be, of course, the spiritual system, which is the non-literal. And then you will have your literal. So the difference would be this right here between the barbarians and Tartarians, right? Because this is where it gets interesting. In the ancient Tartarian system, we had something called self-sacrifice. This was the foundation of discipline, because think about it. You may have mischievous thoughts in your head that may infringe upon another person's peace just to make you happy. But guess what you got to do to create paradise and peace on earth? You got to sacrifice the desires of your own self and be considerate of others. That's called self-sacrifice. Now, in the other system, the barbarian system, you got something called blood sacrifice. And what blood sacrifice people believe in is, I don't gotta practice self-sacrifice. I can do what I want to do and believe in a blood sacrifice to wash away my wrong. You see the difference? The papal literal interpretation create people that believe in blood sacrifice. The spiritual ancient literal Tartarian interpretation here, it creates people that subscribe to self-sacrifice. They have to sacrifice. For example, you got people in the world that they want to take over the world. They want to be ruling over everybody. But the key word is want. They don't need to. So yeah, we have a lot of wants, but the average person say, guess what? I can't do what I want to do. That's called having discipline. I don't live in a world alone. I may want to walk up to everybody that look crazy to me and smack them, right? But you got a group of people that says, I don't got to practice self-sacrifice, which is sacrificing what I want if it's hurting somebody else. If I got to take over these people land and enslave them and all that just so I can get what I want, then it's wrong, right? Most of us think like that. But the Zionists, they say, you know what? Forget self-sacrifice. We're going to perform a blood sacrifice, which will allow us to do what we want, do what thou wilt, and get away with it. We can wash away our evil and karma with the blood of Christ. So there go your difference. No need to have discipline or practice self-mastery, because you can just ask for forgiveness when you mess up. So here's the difference between the two before we get deep into the syncretism and symbols. which we're about to get into here shortly. So self-sacrifice is based on the law of karma. Blood sacrifice is not based upon no laws. In fact, it is a lawless system. It is the opposite of the law. In fact, let me just do it this way. Blood sacrifice is based upon an outlaw system. A system that said, this will allow me to operate outside of the universal law of karma because I can wash away my karma with the blood of a sacrificial lamb. Now, people, you know you can't wash away a law of the universe. These laws don't bend or yield to nobody or no ritual. That's just facts. But they convince the world of this lawless, barbaric system. And over here, you know, you got the law of karma governing people. So the law of karma is what I call the true Christ. The true Christ wasn't a dude that walked on earth. Think about this, right? The true Christ was an archetype. It was like a superhero character to teach man how to follow the law during a time where man was struggling with self-discipline. And the man was saying that the law is too hard to follow. Christ said, I didn't come to do away with the law and be a blood sacrifice. I came to fulfill the law, which is to show you, hey, you can do this, man. Look at me. I'm not lying. I'm not stealing. You see? Christ didn't come to the earth and say, look, man, I'm going to die for you so you can go steal and kill and take over the world in my name. You following what's called the Antichrist. Let's write that down. Christ said, I ain't come to do away with the law, but the Christ most of the world rock with is the sacrificial lamb, the blood sacrifice given to them by the papacy. When Christ said, I didn't come to do away with the law, but yet people will put that cross and that crucifix around their neck, that pagan graven image. And they will say, we're not pagans. We don't believe in blood sacrifice with a crucifix around their neck. They inverted everything, people. The pagans took over the world and got everybody thinking that they're not pagans. You see? And the people like me who teaching the spiritual, ancient, original truth, they're calling us the pagans today. They're calling us the pagans because we are associated with the serpent whom they call Satan. See, the Catholic Church taught these people that the pagan cultures worship the devil. And guess what? When you get into your ancient spiritual system, there's a lot of serpent symbolism because of the Kundalini. And we're about to get into that in a minute. So when we start connecting with our ancient stuff, they say, oh, that's Satanism, man. That's paganism. But it's just the opposite. The serpent was the true Christ. And the blood sacrificial, the white boy on that cross, that white man, that blonde hair, blue-eyed white man who's supposed to be a blood sacrifice for all the evil in the world, that is the pagan system. The pagans was into blood sacrifice. Open up your eyes. This ain't got nothing to do with blood sacrifice. It got something to do with self-sacrifice. Christ didn't come to the earth killing chickens and killing animals talking about blood sacrifice. Even when people was practicing that kind of stuff under the law in the Old Testament, they called it paganism. The original Christians followed the law. And they saw people trying to do blood sacrifices, but they said those were pagans. Next thing you know, now we doing blood sacrifices, and we don't think it's paganism because they flipped the titles. The world call themselves Christians today, but they're literally Zionists and Romans. They're Romans disguised as the synagogue of the true Christians over here. The true Christians are all they all around you, but you can't find them. You know why? The people that run the world gave them their title. See, the world see our symbols. They see us talking about snakes and serpents and all that, and they see us tapping into ancient spiritual systems. And guess what these people say? They say, there go them pagans. But they the pagans. They inverted the shit. So anything associated with the ancient world, they say that is barbaric and paganism and blood sacrifice. The dumb ancient people was worshiping serpents and killing chickens and dedicating it to the gods. But if you look at it, that's what we're doing. You see what they doing? These people killing their sons on Mount Sinai, and God playing tricks with them. Go kill your son for me. Psych, I was just playing. Now, that'll be crazy as hell if God say, listen, go kill your son, Sanchez, to prove your loyalty to me and that you love me more than your son. What kind of incel, sick, insecure motherfucker is God? Now, God said he know everything. God know the future. So shouldn't God know that I'm loyal? Can't God see right into my heart at all that loyalty? Why God gotta make me traumatize my son? That's gonna cause PTSD to my boy, God. And guess what else God do to niggas? God will go make a bet with the devil. God will say, Satan, go tempt that nigga. I bet you can't. You can give him disease like what God did with Job. Come on, if God know everything, he know that Job was going to be faithful, right? So what God are we talking about? We're talking about the false God, the Antichrist, the literal interpretation. Because who's talking in the Bible for the voice of God? No man on earth was promising. Listen, ain't no spiritual dude in the sky promising folks land, saying, go conquer the world in my name. Who is God? Why God keep talking to the evil folks? God ain't never talking to your grandma with a world conquest mission. God keep talking to the Bush family, the Trump family, the Rothschilds. God only telling them his plan to take over the world and which nations to invade. Why God ain't telling, goddamn it, you know how many saints in the South praying? God ain't telling us the military plan? Nope, God only telling his plan of world conquest to the people that hung us on trees. And we going along with it saying, yeah, that's God's plan. Because we've been conquered and indoctrinated with this stuff. And when you born into something, it's hard to turn it over. It's all you know, even though if it ain't right. So that's the difference. True Christ, Antichrist, man. We about to turn up, right? So what happens is the true Christ set the example of fulfilling the law by living with his actions, doing the right thing, treating people right. The Antichrist basically is a sacrificial lamb and a scapegoat that we use so we don't have to batter ourselves and work on ourselves. Because, hey, you just be forgiven, right? I keep telling you, if you keep cheating on your girl and she keep forgiving you, you ain't gonna work on yourself. It's an excuse system. If I keep calling off for work and they just keep excusing it and ain't giving me no splack, I'm gonna keep doing it. You forgiven. Come on, man. Ain't nobody gonna get better. So again, let's get into the deep symbolism with all this stuff, because that's what y'all really here for, man. Let's look at some beautiful artwork. Let's do some syncretism, get into some etymology. I know what y'all want. And if I miss any donations,
Sanchez cocinando.
If I missed any donations, then hold up a second. Y'all let me keep on going with my flow. And then I'm gonna read all the donations and do all that at the end. Is that all right with y'all? It'll keep me on track. So look, let's get back here. I want to show y'all some now. We finna go into the deeper part of all this to show you the pre-Christian Christianity or Gnosticism, the spiritual system of Moses and the Egyptians versus this Zionism that they teaching today. Now, let's do something real quick. So, name Jesus. All right. And you have this name. How you spell it? Iusis. I forgot how to spell it. But so we about to go deep now. So check this out, people. The name Jesus, right? It shares a common thread with a lot of deities that predate Jesus, but they represent the same thing. So check this out. You see this? Jesus, if you take the J off, which it used to be Isis, it was Isis. See, the thing is this. The barbarians was in Egypt. And they corrupted the system over there with the literal interpretation. What am I saying? These colonizers went to Egypt. And in Egypt, this where the original Christianity was being taught, because Egypt was a part of Tartaria. All around the world, the Egyptians and other people would have knew this stuff wasn't meant to be taken literal. It's a spiritual interpretation, not a literal interpretation. We would have known that in Egypt. But look, in Egypt, we wouldn't have had Jesus Christ. We would have had Isis. Now, I'm going to do something real quick so I can paint a picture in your head. When you think of Jesus Christ, guess what you think of? A dude with his arms like this on the cross, making like a plus sign, a cross symbol, right? Simple stuff. Keep that in mind. Because Ma'at or Isis was doing the same thing, but instead of being in between two thieves, she was in between two scales. So look, that's why Jesus is Isis. Because the original form of Jesus was a female called Isis. And when the barbarian took over with his patriarchal self, he made Isis into a man. And that's how you get Iosis, which is the first form of the male corrupted form of Isis, being Jesus. It's Serapis as well. But what the male Ma'at represent is a literal interpretation. What the ancient original version, like Shu, he's a male version of Ma'at, but he represents the spiritual interpretation, the spiritual cosmological interpretation. Nothing literal. There is no dude holding up the doggone sky for real outside. That's saying that the whole world around you is being projected by Shu. He holding it up because it's all in the mind. For example, let me give you an image real quick. Let's just slow down and give you something. Our reality is mental, and I want to show y'all something about this image right here. Hold on. Hold on, everybody. Here is an image of the brain cut open. Once again, the human. If you look at this, what do we say about Jesus with his arms open? This was not, the ancestors was not being literal with this stuff, y'all. What they was trying to do was teach with biology. They was cutting the brain. Think of the Egyptians was taking the dead people and they was cutting open the brains, man. And they was able to see. Because what was the point? A lot of people want to know the point, right? The point of cutting open dead bodies to look and study the brain, we was literally looking for the mind. We were looking for the mind, the part of us that's thinking. I would think about, this may sound crazy to y'all, but think about this. Ancient people knew there was some inside of their head called a mind, and it's thinking. It's another them inside of the body. They knew how deep the mind is, right? And early people was cutting open the brain, looking for the mind, trying to see what the mind looked like. And when they cut the brain open, this is what they saw. A little dude holding on to a bunch of neural highways, and he was a headless horseman because his head is cut off by a Stargate. He got big boots on, that's Santa Claus. Now Santa Claus holds on to a bunch of reins. And if you look at this God with the big boot on, he's at the North Pole. Santa is center, Santa. This is Jesus or Isis balancing the scales. So you can see Ma'at right here now at the center of duality, creating a split in the universe, left and right, negative, positive, man, woman, sun, and moon. We did that when our higher self fell into this place, into the body, which is the lower self. What does that do? Now you are a creature that's part higher self, part lower self. That's what duality is. It's a war within man of good and evil. This is the battlefield of Armageddon. The left and right brain is constantly at conflict. One is pointed up, one is pointed down, like the yin-yang fishes, 6 and the 9. One leads to a path of descension, one leads to a path of ascension. One is governed by intuition, one is governed by instinct. So look, I want to show y'all Isis. All of these images right here, when, like we said earlier, Isis with the scales before Jesus. I'm showing you other versions of it. Look, remember how Jesus was formed in Egypt with the bull and the serpent. We finna get into that. Because think about this now. This is mathematics. Ma'at is math. Because 0 is creating negative and positive integers. The 0 point is the Christ point. You're looking at them personifying how duality is created by the divine force within man. We're splitting the universe with the light of conception. And I'm about to show you that in a minute. When your light interacted with the darkness, it created duality. In other words, it's to say the yin met the yang when your higher self met the lower self. The act of you falling and pairing up with the lower self created a dual form of you, a two-face like Janus, Joker. So the left and right brain represent the fact that you are not one person, you are two different versions of yourself in one body that's merged together. This is how the ancients taught. The ancients, and they even painted artwork like this, like when the Mona Lisa was painted, Da Vinci painted 2 Mona Lisas, and he took the left face from one of them and paired it with the right face with the other one. He didn't just paint one Mona Lisa. Now that is a form of painting portraits that is very old, where they would paint 2 of my faces and take the left from this part with that one and put it with the right one with that one. That's spiritual, man. That's spiritual. You're literally this part of you and this part of you is two different yous. I know that sounds crazy. But this is how the ancients taught and how they looked at reality. And I'm about to build on this concept and go even deeper. But first, I wanted to show y'all like why the name ISIS is in the name Jesus and Moses. And there's another one we're gonna point out. Let's keep going though. Let's keep going. Let's look at some images real quick. Here is the Egyptian god Shu. Another name of Jesus is Yeshua. And the reason I'm showing this stuff is I want to show you guys the difference between the spiritual interpretation and literal interpretation, because a lot of these barbarians gonna show up saying, Sanchez, I'm gonna pray for you. And I'm gonna tell you what I don't like about barbarians. They always say they're gonna pray for me, but yet the world around them is falling apart. If these folks thought that their prayer could work, why would they pray for me when I'm helping folks out versus pray to feed an Ethiopian baby? These people will show up on my channel and be a Sanchez, I don't agree with you, so I'm gonna pray for you. It's a baby starving. Won't you say that prayer for them instead of a little intellectual disagreement, man? You bothering God about some bullshit. Well, God, I was debating Sanchez on YouTube and I want to pray for him because he was wrong about this answer. Man, Sanchez healthy and I'm taken care of. Meanwhile, there's some people out there that's fucked up, even in your family, and you taking the time out to pray for me like a fool. Let's talk about the God Shu, because what the barbarians don't like is when I show them that we had it first. And that's what Kanye didn't like about Ray J, man. Kanye didn't like that about Ray J. You can't get mad that I hit it first, nigga. Now check this out, y'all. These barbarians, they come hit it way last. The whole hood done hit it by the time they get hold to it. But everybody thinking that they got the right version. No, you got the loose version. It ain't no more walls on it, and it got hella miles on it. It ain't the same like it was. Now check this out now. This is the original version, and it's not a literal interpretation. If you think that there's some cow dudes standing up in the middle of the earth holding up the sky, you're a fool. What the Egyptians are trying to show us here is that the universe is inside of man's skull. Look at this. Here's the god Shu holding up the sky. When you look up at the sky, at them stars, you're looking at the end of your own neural highways. Everyone is projecting their own luminaries into the sky. Now, this is too deep for a lot of folks. It's too deep for a lot of folks. But this image right here is this same concept. The Egyptians knew that the world around us was inside of us. It's like dreaming. Where are you when you're in a dream? You're in your own skull, your sleeping head. And that's what the Egyptians is showing us. And here is a Mayan version too. It looks like a human head, but it's the earth cosmos. Look at it. This is literally Mayan cosmology. And the sun and moon is basically your two eyes, you know. You can see this here. As above, so below, folks. And there's a reason why the word school, skull, skill has the same SK root as sky. Sky. The sky is the school. Look at the S and the K. Sky, school, skills, skulls, that SK. So the Egyptians knew that Jesus Christ was the mind. Now, what did I ask y'all earlier? When the Egyptians and other people was cutting open people's brains, and they was looking, it may sound crazy to us today, you may laugh, but guess what? You got to think about it. The very first humans on the earth to realize that the mind was a separate entity from the body, they started looking for it. Today, people say, well, we looking for the Grail, we looking for the Ark. People even say we're looking for God. All of that, the original quest for the divine was to look, they was looking for the mind. You can't deny that the mind exists, but it's not physical. So the earliest humans to study this, they was cutting open people head who died. And they was saying, now where is the part of them that was doing all that thinking? Now you may laugh, but it makes sense. You would have did it too. We only know what we know because they did that. And what they found out is we can't find the mind, but we know it exists. We can cut the brain open and look for the mind, but ain't nothing there. It's a, when you cut the human brain open, I'm gonna show you. This is what you see. Where the mind, listen, where the mind should be, it's just an empty, it's a hole with nothing there. Now here go the crazy part, right? Here go the crazy part. Even though we don't physically see nothing there, instruments in the hospital detect all of your brain activity there when people die. The ancient people cut the brain open to look for the mind, and where the mind should be, there was nothing there. But they detected the most activity in that empty spot. Let that sink in. So people will be in the hospital and they will have been breathed their last breath. And even though there's no more activity in the body, there's a huge concentration of activity in the middle of the skull. Way after people have breathed their last breath. Now, here's the crazy part about this stuff. It is more brain activity at the core of your skull when you die versus than when you lived your whole life. Let that sink in. When a person die, you would think that if a person dead, there's no more brain activity. They're gone, right? It's just the opposite. When a person die, there's more brain activity than ever in their life. What's going on? Let me tell you what's going on. Now think about this, right? A person that's alive, their soul is inside of their body. It's trapped, it's in their torus field, the brain, all that. It ain't leaving. It's like some water in the sink, and I got the stopper in there. But this little hole in the middle of your brain, it's like the sink drain stopper, keeping the water from pouring out. When a person die, rip, that is pulled, that plug is pulled, and all of the spirit force is able to flow out of this little portal, this little hole. And that's why it's so much activity detected. It's like saying, when I pour the stopper on the kitchen sink and let the water out, we're gonna detect more activity coming down that pipe than we did when the water was just sitting in the sink, right? So this is, scientists want to play dumb because they don't want us to know the truth. But this is what's going on right? Because the head is the temple of God. It's Solomon's temple. So this is where the soul is dwelling at, in a dome, just like a mosque. And if you look up the word mosque in etymology, it's like a place where flight take place. Like when you say mosquito is dealing with a flying insect, but a mosque was dealing with a place where the spirit takes flight at. And this Mount Calvary, how the soul leaves the body through the pineal gland, like Jacob met God at Pineal, and Jacob's ladder, right? So let's do some syncretism here. Give me 1 minute. I'll be right back with you.
Join this channel and become an official member to gain access to perks such as member badges and the members only live chat room. Gain additional access and features based on tier levels. Become a member today.
So let's just keep this thing moving for a minute. But I made this collage because now I wanted to get into like syncretism. All of this is dealing with Isis. Now, a lot of people don't know Enki, Enoch, Noah, all of them is Jesus. This is the spiritual interpretation. The spiritual interpretation connects all of these deities all around the world because there's only one truth, which is why I can make this collage right here. So when I was talking about the God of duality, if you look at Jesus and Enki, they showing you the same thing of your body only existing in a small portal where the yin meets the yang, the sun meet the moon, the mama meet the daddy. You see what I'm saying? Your body is a polarized entity that's part good, part bad, part left, part right. And that's what these images represent. This is the God of duality. And I'm going to show you another way of looking at this so you can see why this is important. Because we talk about Isis balancing the scales, and the God of duality is like this. The Vesica Pisces is showing you what Ma'at. Let's just do this. Look. Yin, yang. Hold on, let me do this. Show you what thing about duality. So our body can't exist outside of this matrix. You see this? This is you right here. This is you. Let me give a better face than that. Hold on. You feel me? Look. So it's like saying, look, yin, yang, you are the serpent, which is the present. Now, you can rearrange the word serpent and you can get present, past, future, present in the middle right here. The present is wrapped up, right? What's a gift? A present is wrapped up. Look at the center, Santa, Christmas gifts, Halloween pumpkins. What do we do in Halloween time? We put a face on a pumpkin, right? Look at this. Open your third eye, man. I want y'all to open your third eye, man. Because we do a lot of rituals that don't make no sense. And people don't laugh at these dumb rituals, but they would laugh at me bringing back the spiritual interpretation. The literal interpretation is carving pumpkins. That's a ritual that don't mean nothing. The spiritual interpretation, the face on the pumpkin is right here. The pumpkin is a Taurus field. This is the Vesica Pisces. So think about it. What's wrapped, the present is wrapped up. Boom. It's a bow on top. That's the crown chakra right here. The crown of thorns right there. Look at that. It's like we're trapped inside of this pumpkin, man. That's why they carved the pumpkin. Now, what do they call a carved pumpkin? A jack-o'-lantern. Why do they keep saying the word Jack? Because Jack had a beanstalk. Jack had a ladder, Jacob's ladder, jack-o'-lantern, Jack in the box. This is Jack in the box as well in his cube right here. This is the electromagnetic energy field around the body. If you think that I'm just drawing some shit on the board and making some stuff up, guess what I'll do? I'll show you guys another version that ain't mine. Here you go. You see that? In the middle of this bubble, this is when people don't, when I say Jesus ain't literal, man. Jesus is ancient people trying to teach you about your electromagnetic energy, your God body. Jesus got a cup on his head, right? I want to ask these Christians a question. Why Jesus got a cup on his head? Look. Now, Jesus got a cup on his head because people was using this. Hold on. Look at here. Jesus got this same cup on his head. It bends outward like the crown chakra, like Nefertiti hat. Because the Greeks was learning from the Egyptians, but they was corrupting it. This is the same Nefertiti concept. But this little hat you see on his head is right here. That little hat you see on his head is right here. Look at it. This why because Jesus wasn't a real person. No more than this dude is a real person. Look at it. It's just an archetype to teach about spiritual energy, unseen forces. You see this image right here? You see how all of these magnetic ley lines is piercing into this man's body? This is why Jesus was pierced in his sides. People, let's just move forward. Now, Jesus was pierced in his sides. He had a crown of thorns on because people was trying to teach about this. You see that heart in the middle of that man's chest? Is teaching the electromagnetic energy field of the heart. Jesus said the kingdom of heaven is within. People was teaching this before your literal Christ. Everything Christ was saying, we supposed to be listening and learning from that. You don't supposed to be believing that he's a blood sacrifice for people to do wrong and get away with it. That's the literal interpretation that's coming from the barbarians. Blood sacrifice, outlaw, antichrist system. Stay with me. I'm about to break it all down for you. I'm about to break it all down to you. Now let's go back to the board. This is what Jesus trying to teach us with the Vesica Pisces. Jesus is teaching liberation or the victory of the soul. Inky is Nike. Nike is like a Greek version of Ma'at. The goddess of victory, liberation, balance, equality. Look at Inky with his arms out like Ma'at. And if you rearrange the word Inky, what do you get? Nike. Because Inky is the patriarchal form of Nike. If you rearrange the word Inky, what do you get? Enoch. E-N-I-K is Enoch, which is Enoch. Enoch. Enoch and Enoch, the same dude. They keep poking their head out of that hole, man. Why do Enoch keep poking his head up out of that hole? Look at him. Look at Enoch right here. And I like the flat earth one too. That's a beautiful one. Let's pull it up. He keep poking his head out that hole. Where is it? Here you go. This is Enoch right here. Look at Enoch poking his head out the sky. Just like this one. This became the Statue of Liberty because it's talking about liberation. People don't realize that the Statue of Liberty got 7 spikes because the Statue of Liberty is Krishna in America. Yep. The original spiritual system in this land was Hinduism and the knowledge of ascension, which is what Enoch is teaching us. The Statue of Liberty got spikes because Enoch got spikes. Look at what's around Enoch's head, a halo and light rays, the crown of thorns of Christ when he ascended. Enoch is one of the first Christs. These are archetypes for ascension before Christ. Why am I showing y'all this? Because none of these are no damn blood sacrifices. They are spiritual interpretations of man's journey in the earth and out of the earth. Your birth and your death through the cosmic womb or the crown. That's what Enoch's showing us. And this is another collage to show you other deities. Samson is another one. An archetype that teaching us about leaving the earth, ascension, breaking through the 2 pillars, escaping duality. The name Samson is the word Mason. And I'll show you why in a minute. This little wolf deity you see here is named Set. Because guess what? Before Jesus, this was dealing with the serpent. The serpent in between Adam and Eve is the snake in between the yin and the yang. It's Jesus in between the 2 thieves. It's Ma'at in between the 2 scales. It's Moses in between. Let me just pull up. Let's just do this together. Come on. Let's do it. It's Enoch in between the sun and the moon. Guess what Enoch is going through? Polaris right now. Enoch is leaving the vault. Let me show you what Enoch leaving, because you don't know what's going on here if you don't understand ancient cosmology. There's a opening in the sky that our soul is able to leave the earth. If you don't have a soul, you can't leave this place, man, because there's a firmament dome blocking your ass. The only people that can leave this earth, they soul got to pass through a black hole. They teach this in science. It's called spaghettification. Go look it up. There's a black hole called Polaris in the middle of the earth. Let's pull it up. The Hebrew showed us this. The sky opens up and it allows you to go to a higher realm and leave the earth through this sky vault, what is called God right there. It's a hole right here in the firmament. Now look, only people with a soul can go there. That's a black hole. And the light within man can't escape a black hole. It gets spaghettified right here at Polaris. You see here? Let's zoom in. This little hole that you see right here, let me show you what it is. It's the hole inside of your brain right here. Look, as above, so below. Now, peep game, right? When they cut open the human brain, they see this hole inside the brain, but ain't nothing there. It's empty. But peep game, right? All of your veins and nervous system and neural highways, they all flow to this one spot. Now imagine how frustrating this must be, right? Peep game. You're a scientist, a biologist. You're trying to figure out the thing within man that controls the body. And you got all these veins running through your body, right? Through your hands, your toes. All of these veins in my fingertips and toes and all that throughout my whole body, they are like electrical cords. All of these cords go and meet up at the spinal cord, and they make a big braid, like a rope, a braid. All the veins that's controlling every limb on your body, they go to the spinal cord and braid up. And they spiral up the spinal cord right here in what they call the brain stem. And then they turn into your neural highways that you see in the brain, and they plug into this little empty chamber. But peep game, right? Scientists said our nervous system is connected to the thing that's controlling our body, aka the soul, the consciousness, the observer, the mind. They know where the mind is located because all of these veins got to be receiving a signal from the mind, which is in between the ears. So when they follow all of these roads to that one spot, ain't nothing there. The thing that's controlling the body can't be seen by the body. The thing that's controlling the body, the Egyptians call it the hidden one, aka Atum-Re. And what they was referring to was the seat of the soul, because they had cut the head open, identified the location of the mind, but didn't see nothing there. Equipment is telling them everything is there, but we can't see nothing. Let that sink in. They call this deity the hidden one because his tomb appears empty. Imagine this, right? Imagine going to a tomb in Egypt, opening it up, and you don't see nothing in there. But when people put their hand in there, they can feel something. They can detect something in this space, but visually, it ain't visible. That's what's going on with the space inside the mind. This is a tomb. There should be an entity seated here. But when they cut the brain open, the dude that's controlling everything ain't there. But we still see the mechanisms in motion. Let that sink in. That's like going to the cockpit of an airplane that's flying perfectly fine, but there's no pilot in the seat. You would scratch your head. You would say, wait a minute, this airplane is operating fine. It's making turns. It's using signals, but where is the pilot? We see the steering wheel moving, something is hitting buttons up here, but we don't see nobody in the seat. It's like an invisible man. That's what we find out when they cut the brain open looking for the mind. Now, to make matters even more crazy, like I said, think of an airplane. You got all of these buttons and stuff, and you're seeing them being pressed, but you don't see nothing in the seat. Likewise, when they cut the brain open, they see all of these veins, right? These are like controlling mechanisms right here. Look at this little black dude, this little black part of the brain. Look at that like a little man. This is like a little man. And that's really what the mind is. He's holding on to all of these little strings, but these strings are called neural highways. All of these neural highways connect to every limb on the body at some point, and the signal that controls the limbs are coming from this white hole that you see in the middle of the brain. So every line, connection cord that's making the central nervous system, it ultimately ends up intersecting right here at this white little hole in the brain. So think about what I'm telling you. That's like saying, hey, Sanchez, your computer is functioning. Your Windows software is running. It's powered on. And you can trace all of these cards to a wall outlet to see the source of power for my device. It's simple stuff. Likewise, the thing that's powering our body is seated in between our ears. And all of the electrical cords, the veins and stuff, it's all plugged in right here. And I'm showing you the image of it. Check it out. This is a culmination of all the nervous system in your body, climaxing at one point called pineal or pinnacle, the pinnacle point. This little white ball is the ending point of your entire central nervous system, meaning that the wiring that connects the soul to the body, the connection point is right here in the brain, what we call the seat of the soul. Whatever controlling your body, moving your arms and your legs and manifesting its will through your body, whatever this thing is, it don't exist in the body. It exists inside of this little white hole, which is a portal that leads out of the body. So what this tells us is there's a higher version of us and a higher parallel reality that is manipulating our body, and none of our thoughts are ours. They belong to this higher version that is the final connection point to our central nervous system. Think about that. And the reason this is so important, right, is because this little white hole means that our central nervous system, ultimately the other connection part, the part of it that's the thing that's powering this system in our body and giving it commands, exists beyond this little portal of light. Think about that for a minute. That means that, and I'm going to show you other images, there's a whole nother you, man, in a higher realm that is like a puppet master pulling the strings. And if you look at this, it looks like a puppet master pulling strings. Look at it. They call it Santa. They gave him reindeers and they gave him a bunch of like straps in his hand. But Santa is the word center, and it's dealing with the core of the self seated in the skull, which is the thing that's controlling you as I speak right now. They personified this as many entities that I'm showing you here on this collage. But let's move on and show you some more. Here is another image of what's going on in the brain, but this is also going on in micro and macro. So think about this, right? There's a big field of energy around your body. And it's a perfect, it shapes like a dome. But what that means is your body is inside of a bigger you. What we're calling the firmament dome is your brain on a higher level. What did I just tell you? The world around us is a thought within us. That's why this is hard for a lot of people to grasp. Whenever it gets hard for you to understand what I'm saying, always think about when you're dreaming. When you're walking around your dream and you looking at the stars and the sun and the moon, it's hard to forget, hey man, I'm in my own brain. The sky is my skull. See, this is what programmers do when they want to hide equipment in a game. They put an interface over it so it don't look so bulky. So look, the clouds, when you see God in the clouds in a lot of these images, that's literally your mind inside of your brain. You see what I'm saying? But you may walk around a dream and say, how are those clouds my brain? But what we say stuff like we saved it in the cloud space, cloud storage. Why cloud storage? Now think about this. When you're in your dreams looking up at the clouds, what are you looking up at if you're in your skull? Brain tissue. Did you know that if you was to zoom out at the earth, the sky is like water? Everything about the sky is similar to a human brain, which is why the God's shoe looks like the brain cut open. Look at the brain right here. Now look at shoe right here. It's the same thing as above, so below. All of those magnetic ley lines are pointing toward shoe. Look at this image here. You see how these lines are pointing toward the dude in the middle? That's why Christ was pierced in his sides. You see, all of these stars are shining on shoe, the rays of those stars. That's what's connecting him to each parallel universe. He can leave from this point and travel through each of them stars to be in another realm. That's what I keep telling you, that every light in the star in the sky is a gateway into a parallel reality, and you're connected to the stars if you got a soul. If you don't have a soul, you cannot leave the earth. I'm showing y'all how we leave the earth. If you look at these images, Jesus ain't no damn alien. Jesus is an awakened soul. People act like we can't leave the earth. We've been leaving the earth through out-of-body experiences, astral traveling. That's what Christ is. It ain't no you. You can't leave this earth on a physical ship. It's like trying to fly out of a dream, man. You're stupid. The only way out of a dream is awakening. Imagine a dummy trying to launch a rocket out of a dream. That's the space program. The space program is so fucking primitive, and people think it's the most advanced shit man got when it's a bunch of CGI and Hollywood actors. You can't leave this earth physically. Imagine walking around a dream saying, how do I fly out of this place? The only way out of the dream is awakening. This is what the ancients knew. So the space program is there to throw us off like we can fly out of a damn mental. You're in your own mental matrix, man. Just like Neo when he was sleeping his own pod. Everyone is in their own dream. All of our dreams are connected, giving us this experience called life. I keep telling you, it's just like gaming online. Everyone in their own house with their own computer, but all of that shit is connected with the internet, which give us this connected experience. But all of us is in our own reality. Let's move forward. Enoch is Enki. Here is Enki. Here is Enoch. It's the same knowledge throughout the ages told in different archetypes. None of these were meant to be taken literally, people. When you take this stuff literally, now people are going to worship Enoch so that they can lead the earth. What does the literal interpretation give us? Praying to a graven image to help us go to heaven. What does the spiritual interpretation give us? Knowing that the graven images aren't literal. They are spiritual archetypes to teach us that all of us will eventually ascend like Jesus, because ye are gods, not servants. You don't beg for immortality. You work on yourself to activate immortality that's already within you. That's what Enoch is teaching us. And the name Enoch is the name Enki when you rearrange it. And that's why everyone is busting out the sky vault. You see? And look at what Enki got on his head, a cup just like Jesus. And he's older than Jesus. So you can't get the young version and talk like you know something. The youngest concept is Jesus, and that's the literal interpretation. The people, it's like this, right? If Gucci get copied and the new company is called Poochie, they don't want you to know about Gucci. Every time you bring up Gucci, they gonna hate on it because you copied off it. You feel me? If someone make a channel called Bro Sanchez and they try to act like me, soon as y'all go over there and call them out on that, they gonna hate on the real thing. It's like going up to Sam's Cola and saying, hey man, Coca-Cola tastes better than your shit. They gonna hate on Coca-Cola even though you copied off Coca-Cola. That's the thing about being a knockoff. The worst thing you can be is an imitation brand, because the imitation, the knockoff, the copycat, got the hate on the very thing it copied off of for its existence. If I go up to the fake version of the Cinnamon Toast Crunch and say, your shit don't taste like the real one, what they gonna say? Yes, it does. It tastes just like the real Cinnamon Toast Crunch, if not better. That's a fucked up marketing scheme to have. Think about this, right? You copied off them people and your sales pitch is, my shit tastes better than the original and you can get it cheaper. Come on now. Your sales pitch is, yeah, I copied off them, but the copy is better than the fucking original. What a crazy position to be in. You might as well be original, man. You feel me? But this is what the Roman Catholic Church did. The Roman Catholic Church plagiarized the original shit and said, hey, our copied version is better because we can remove sins. You don't got to follow the law. Our version is better, Sanchez, because it removes sins, it gives you a blood sacrifice, and you can do what you want to do over here. You don't got to follow the law. Man, that's a crazy selling pitch to have. Your selling pitch is, yes, we revise and change the original shit to our version. But we did it justice. We enhanced it by taking off the unnecessary law that y'all had to follow to be good people. Now all you gotta do is just believe in Jesus and believe in the blood sacrifice. It's to the point now you don't even gotta be good. Your belief count more than your good actions. You can be a good person and don't believe in that pagan blood sacrifice and you going to hell. You see how they flipped it around? Here is an image of Noah in his ark. The name Noah is from the etymology of Noach. Yes, the word Noah had a C in it. It wasn't Noah. It was Noach with a C. Noach. But why? Because if you rearrange it, it's Enoch. They took the C off because they didn't want you to know Noah was Enoch. Sanchez, how the hell is Noah Enoch? Because they both are ark gods, just like Shu. Just like Shu. Just like Noah with his arms open like Jesus. Why you think Noah looking like that? You think Noah just doing like this because he want to give you a hug? Noah opening up his arms because he's Jesus. Noah is another form of Jesus, Isis, Enoch, Enki, Shu inside the ark. Noah ain't nothing but Nut and Gab. Here it is right here. Look. Why do Noah got all the animals in that ark? Well, let's go back to this image. Where is the world around you, inside of you? When you're dreaming, where are all them people that's walking around your dream? Just take a minute and think about what I'm telling you. When you're dreaming and you got trees and birds and animals and people all in your dream, where are they? They're in your ark, Noah. The whole world is inside of your skull. Reality is internal, not external. This is what the ancients knew. Ain't shit around you. Think about this, right? I know this hard to grasp. When you're dreaming, it's the world in you or around you. You fail if you say around you, because the dream is happening inside of your mind. Some gonna click one day and you gonna say, damn, this shit makes so much sense. Like, it's an illusion, because when you're in a dream, think about what you're in the dream. The world exists around you, which makes it seem like you're in an external thing. But think about this, right? If you are inside of a simulated reality, a dream world that you're making out of your own mental mind and thought, where are you in your own mind? The whole world is in your mind. Why don't it feel that way? Because your mind has projected a body inside of its own dream world to interact with its own dream world. Does that make sense? Your mind don't walk around a dream as your mind. Your mind interact with the dream world through the body. So when you're walking around a dream, you're not your mind. You're your mind in your dream body saying, what's up, man? Boom, 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 boom. So the world around you feel like something separate from you until you wake up. This image of our brain right here shows you what shoe represents. This is the God's shoe right here holding up the sky, because what is the sky in your dream? Who holding up them stars up there? It ain't gravity. They just sitting up there. You know why? Those stars are the end of the neural highways. These neural highways are expanding outward and going all the way up to the sky in your dream, but they coming from the inside of your brain. Do you hear what I'm saying? There's a light shining from inside of your brain, it's creating all of these rays of light from a central point. And the end of all of those rays become a star in the sky. Those stars in the sky are what I call our external organs. We got internal organs. The end of our central nervous system is the stars in the sky. Picture yourself like a source of light, like a lighthouse. And this single point of light is emitting all of these rays. And each ray where it ends at becomes a star in the sky being projected from you. But each star is just a cosmic highway coming from the center reality, allowing you to transport yourself in between these parallel realities. Each neural highway is a highway to another you in another parallel reality. Let me show you what's happening on the board. Center or Santa is the God body, the real you at the base reality, but it's sleep. Here he go right here. He's sleep. But guess what? All around him are woke versions. Now these are woke. You see here? These are the stars in the sky. Every star in the sky is where Santa can leave and travel and visit a parallel reality. It's another you in each of these stars. It's a gateway into a parallel reality you're living out. But Santa is connected to all of his reindeers. This is Santa, the center you. The center you is connected to all the yous that exist in the outer, the multiverse outside of Eden. Eden is the base reality in the middle where the real God you would sleep at. And when he fell asleep, all of his consciousness got scattered all around him in the Exodus. Exodus where we left and that consciousness got split up into each version that exists in the outer realms. And you can't wake back up in Eden until each of these outer versions die. When all of these false versions out here live out their life and die, all that energy will return back to the source. And when every version, false version of you, give its energy back to Santa right here, then Santa can't wake up yet till you finish in the outer realm. But think about this, nothing is really outer, because even when you leave this outer realm, you're inside of a smaller version of you. It's like taking a cup from the ocean and putting a fish in that cup versus the ocean. It's still surviving in that small container. See, that's kind of what's going on here. We never really leaving the ocean. We taking the ocean with us in our little bubble. So we never really leaving the self. Is all connected here. You see? You just dreaming. What appears to be separation from God is only ignorance in a dream, forgetting that God fell asleep in the first place. You feel me? If you're walking around your dream feeling lonely, think about what I'm telling you. Let's say you start dreaming and you forget everything I'm saying right now, and you're a Christian feeling lonely, like God is way up there in heaven and I'm way down here on earth. You're in your own dream, right? What if something happened in a dream where you remember, oh shit, I just fell asleep, I'm dreaming? At that point, you ain't lonely no more. Loneliness, the feeling of separation from God, is just ignorance and us forgetting we are gods. It's people walking around their own dream right now, feeling lonely and separated from God because of their indoctrination. But think about this. You're walking around your dream saying, I'm the one created this experience. The outside world is the inside world. That's within, so without. Everything playing out externally is happening within me internally. It makes you God now over your reality. Reality will start to mold and respond to you accordingly. It's just like a dream, man. Everybody can go to sleep tonight and start dreaming, but some people dream may be a nightmare. Some people may be walking around they dream feeling gloomy, feeling lonely, and they may wake up saying, I had a weird dream, and the feeling may even linger afterward. But think of you dreaming and saying, oh shit, I know I'm dreaming. I'm asleep in my bed and back home, and I'm just exploring my other reality. At that point, there's no feeling of God way out there and me way down here. You're a little bit of you knowing that you walking around your own skull. You can't feel separated from God because you know God is just you sleeping in your bed. And the you in your dream is just a projected you he created for his representation while he sleep. You know you ain't separated. You know that you're the very thought and projection of the sleeping God. But the literal interpretation says God is way up there, man is way down there, and you better worship and serve God through what? The religious leaders on earth. See, the literal interpretation is controlled by the popes, the bishops, the church, and the state. The spiritual interpretation is controlled by what? the spirit. That's it. What? Nothing else, Sanchez? Nothing else. That's it. You can go home. That's it. The spiritual system is all in the name. It's a spiritual system, not a religious system. Religious system is controlled by earthly authority. Spiritual system ain't controlled by nobody. Is your spirit either in control of your body or your pastor telling you what to do? Your earthly authorities giving you order through religion. And people will tell you, Islam made me a better man. When I became a Hebrew Israelite, I'm a better person. I joined the church, I became a better person. You didn't become a better person. You became an indoctrinated person. But Sanchez, I don't sell drugs no more. If you telling me believing in fairy tales made you stop poisoning your people, you're evil to me. I look at it evil. Think about what I'm telling you now. If a person try to justify religion and they say, but Sanchez, I'm a better man today than I was yesterday. You telling me believing in fairy tales make you behave right? You want to tell you what make me behave right? My love for y'all. I don't want to sell drugs because I love y'all. I don't want to kill and do all that because I love my fellow human. See, I can say, well, I'm being good because I'm scared to go to hell. I'm being good because God told me to. I'm being good because the Holy Ghost being good through me. I'm really evil by nature. Ain't no good action in me, Sanchez. See, I don't talk like that. I'm good because I'm a good person. Y'all are good people too, and it ain't nothing wrong with giving yourself credit. You know why you don't want to say that? You think it's egotistical to say that. You know why? Because the church told you we're born evil by default. When you grow up learning that we're born sinners and we're born wicked, anybody say, man, you're a good person, they gonna look like the enemy. That man ain't good. Ain't nobody good but God. Us humans are filthy, evil rags. You telling that to little babies? Damn, that's child abuse, man. That's psychological child abuse. If you saw a mama calling her child a motherfucker, a bitch ass nigga, when he 5 years old, you would say, man, that woman is abusing that child. But you don't think there's nothing wrong with the woman calling her baby a filthy sinner, a wretched rag. These are terms they called me coming up in the church because the Bible say that. If you don't think it's psychologically healthy for a child to be called a bastard, a dirty scoundrel, then you got to feel the same way about you calling that baby a sinner, a wicked person, and they ain't even do nothing yet. You gonna make me just go on and assume that damn role. If you keep telling me I'm an animal my whole damn life, I'm just gonna become an animal, man. Because you said it's natural for me to be evil. If I do act good, I'm gonna feel like I'm doing something unnatural. And that's what we doing, because a child will be a good ass child, but they won't let the hood know, because everybody know we supposed to be turned up, nigga. We ghetto, we ratchet, we sinners now, we wicked now. Ain't nobody born like Jesus, nigga. We gangster. What the fuck? We're living up to this evil shit that they put on us. But by default, everybody really good. Everybody really good, man. I done more dirt in these streets than a lot of y'all. And I'm telling you right now, I'm still good because I felt bad about it. The reason, what I would say a person ain't good, if you done bad and you didn't feel shit. If you did bad and you felt bad about it, you still got a soul. There's still some hope for you. The more bad you do, the less bad you feel about it. You're losing your inner light. You're becoming dark inside. Moses is ISIS. Moses is Jesus. Moses is Shu. Sanchez, you just saying All of these deities the same. Yeah, they are. Look at Shu. Look at Noah. Look at Enoch. See how everyone coming out of an ark? Look at Jesus coming out of his ark, y'all. Look at him coming out of his little ship. These is the same story. This is what syncretism does. It allows you to connect the dots. There are no different truths. There's only one truth being told in different ways, folks. So let's keep moving. We see Noah right here. Let's go back to Shu. Let's go. We finna get deep with this now. Here is Noah in his ark, y'all. Look at this image I'm sharing. This right here is Noah in his ark. This right here is Noah in his ark. It's a macro, micro, as within, as without, fractal code of how energy manifests in a continuum within itself. So what we're looking at now is an image of how the mind occupies the brain. It's very appropriate, this stream I'm doing, because my last one was about Hermeticism, where I talked about the word hermit. And you know that a hermit is a deity that lives in recluse, in isolation, in a shell, which, if you look at this image, the mind lives in the brain by itself, in isolation. Everyone's mind lives in its own brain solo. Show me somebody's brain with 3-4 different minds living in it. I'll wait. And at the same time, while you at it, show me a hermit crab with 3-4 crabs in one shell. I'll wait. You ain't gonna see it. It's a reason it's called Hermeticism. A hermit lives, and the word shell is hell. Just take the S off. The energy is being held within a shell, what you call the firmament dome. So everyone's mind is a hermit. But let's keep moving, because what we're looking at is the mind inside the brain looking like a crab inside the shell. That's how the mind lives, like a recluse, like a hermit. Now watch this, right? The body lives inside of the auric field the same way the mind lives inside the brain. So you can go from this image right here to this image, and it's the same fractal code. It's of, what is the code? You exist at the center of the universe. And because of that, you're splitting the universe, creating duality. That's the fractal code. If you look at this image, your body exists in the middle of its own auric field. And because of that, what does it do? It splits the field with two sides. How is left and right created? How is sun and moon created? How is duality created? It's an effect based upon the cause and effect. The effect is duality. The cause of it is Santa. Is Santa. So now the center creates left and right. If you look at an integer's line, the 0 point is what separates the negative from the positive. Let's pull it up. This is Ma'at, this is Jesus Christ. Ma'at is math. Look at it. The 0 point represents the Christ point. That's where the universe is split in between negative and positive. This line that you're seeing with the 0 in the middle, it was personified into a deity right here. Look at it. Now, when I say the 0 point, look at the images and think about what you're saying out of your mouth while you look at what you see with your eyes. Learn how to connect sound with visuals. The 0 point literally has a 0 at that point, or a black hole. 0 ain't the smallest number. 0 is the birthplace of number. 0 is the highest number of all numbers. Ain't no number higher than 0. All numbers were born from 0, and they go back to 0. 0 is literally infinity, the 360 of life. You can't have numbers without 0, which means 0 ain't a number. That's like saying Jesus is a disciple. He's not the damn follower, he the leader. Polaris is the 0 point. All of the Zodiac follow Polaris. And what is Christ showing us here? That he's not a disciple. The 12 Zodiac follow him. People keep saying, but Sanchez, I heard it was 13 Zodiacs. You know why? Because some fools like to count Polaris as a Zodiac. Don't you know that the point in the middle of the Zodiac can be counted too? But it's stupid to count it because it's not an official constellation. It is just a central point that all the constellations revolve around. If you can't divide the number by 360 evenly, it's not zodiacal by nature. What is 360 divided by 13? Will it give you an even number? No, it won't. You'll get a remainder. That shit will need leap year too. There is no 13th zodiac. Ophiuchus, Sanchez, Ophiuchus. Y'all be thinking y'all so smart. Ophiuchus, Sanchez. You know what Ophiuchus is? Jesus Christ, dog. Open up your third eye. What did Jesus do? Jesus defeated the serpent, Satan, right? Did not Jesus defeat the serpent, Satan? Why is Ophiuchus beating up the devil? Because it's Jesus, man. All throughout the artwork, you see these images of Jesus beating up the devil, Jesus fighting the damn serpent right here. And people will sit up there and say, well, there's a 13th zodiac. But if the 12, when we deal with Jesus, right, we're dealing with astrotheology. We know it's 12 constellations and they go around Polaris. Where is the 13th one? You can't go out there with your telescope and point me out, Ophiuchus. You can't. Just because people read this stuff online, but they don't literally go look at the, show me Ophiuchus in the sky. You won't. Because Ophiuchus is Polaris. And that's why the symbol of Ophiuchus is a dude beating up a snake, because it's literally Jesus. And Jesus is in the middle of the 12 disciples. You want me to prove it to you? Look at this. There go your Serapis right here. The original form of Jesus in the Egyptian culture was Serapis. And I'm showing you Jesus right here before his name was Jesus. The word Serapis is related to the word serpent. Why is Jesus related to a snake? Well, in Egypt, they love the snake, man. And if Jesus come from Egypt, he ain't gonna be no different than all the other Egyptian gods, which were snake deities like Canufas and others. All of the Egyptian deities of resurrection were associated with the serpent. If Jesus come from Egypt, don't you think he gonna have serpent symbolism? And yes, he does. Moses lifted up the serpent. Moses learned from the Egyptians. Moses was teaching resurrection before Jesus. So if Moses is teaching resurrection before Jesus, why is people praying and bowing to a graven image for resurrection? Why do people believe in a blood sacrifice for resurrection when Moses was teaching resurrection before the blood sacrifice? If the serpent represented resurrection, what was the knowledge behind that? Kundalini ascension, folks. That's what it was. That's what they was teaching in Egypt. but it got corrupted. And now when the Romans finally revised this stuff to support barbarianism, right? We don't get this image anymore. Now, what I'm showing right here, right now, this is the original Jesus from Egypt. His name is Serapis. And he's not like the new Jesus, right? Everywhere he go, the 12 disciples follow him. The original Jesus didn't have 12 disciples. He had 12 Zodiac that follow him where he go. Why? Because the 12 Zodiac revolve around Polaris. It's the lead star. It doesn't move, but it caused them to move. Think about that. Polaris is what moves the Zodiacs throughout the earth, and Jesus told the disciples to move throughout the earth and go spread my knowledge. Now let that sink in. Let that sink in. Jesus told his disciples to spread out throughout the earth. You want to know what's happening in the sky? All of the zodiacs are spreading out around Polaris. They following Jesus' orders, y'all. Whatever Jesus, now think about this. You got this book called the Bible, and the Jesus is instructing his disciples on what to do. And it just so happened that the constellations in our sky is doing exactly what Jesus told his disciples to do. But people think Jesus is literal, and they don't think that it's just symbolic and cosmological. It's for symbols and signs and wonders, for us to know who we are spiritually. That's what the signs and symbols was there for, to always remind us, sovereign beings, who we are, so that we will never fall victims of this papal barbarian system that we in right now, man. So here go Jesus, and I keep telling folks, Jesus is Satan, which is Saturn, the serpent. Sanchez, you lying? Well, check it out. Here go Jesus, and you can see there's a zodiac wheel around Jesus. Now watch this. Here go the god Saturn. Here goes Saturn, y'all. What do we see around Saturn? A zodiac wheel, look. But guess what? I'm giving you white versions of a white man. You know I got to go and give you some ancient versions from indigenous people, because I'm a syncretist, and we got to, you know, connect all the dots, man. Now watch this. Watch this. I'm going to show you the god Saturn in the Mayan world. I'm going to show you the god Saturn in the Mayan world. Look at this. I keep showing y'all this man that's surrounded by the zodiac, and I can show you here in the Mayan. Here go Jesus on the cross with his crown of thorns. Look, this is Saturn. It's you surrounded by the stars outside. Here he goes Saturn. All of these are Mayan zodiac. The Mayan had most zodiac. It don't matter how many zodiac you had, long as it was based on 360 sexagesimal math. People look up in the sky and see different symbols. Not everyone see the same shapes, but we was all adding it up with the same math, because the earth is a perfect circle. That's what the sky doing, no matter how you see it. Even if no matter how you map out your zodiac, your deity is going to do the same. Like, think about what I'm saying, right? People all around the world got a different way of interpreting the sky, but everyone's characters do the same thing. So if you look at the 12 disciples in the Bible, and you look at like the Hindu divas and all them, or the Mayan deities, you would see all of them are doing the same thing. Now they want to convince you everybody got different gods. Everybody just got a different way of seeing constellations. But let's say you see a man pouring out water, and I see a woman picking flowers. Guess what? Both of us are going to say it circles around my head every this many years. This God travels in a chariot around the earth every 360 days or however long. So you will go around the world and see people with different deities, different characters, but everyone's characters will be doing the same thing, like beating up a snake, traveling the sky in a chariot, doing a circle. Because the reason is everyone is personifying the heavens. And because everyone don't see the same things when you see these star patterns, that the deity may be different, but his actions is always the same. Which is why I'm able to make all these collages. Let me give you an example of what I'm saying. You will have, right, all of these different guys, man. Let's pull it up again. Hold up. Did I close that out? Yeah, but you get my point. Like Samson right here. And then you will have, you know, Noah. And you'll have all these different deities like boom, Ophiuchus. And they all will be doing the same thing. They will have the same action. Like, for example, everybody's arms will be like this. Everybody will be busting up out of a hole. Everybody beating up a snake. But all of these different cultures will be like, my God different than your God. We don't got the same God. It's just different names and they look different. But everybody's God is literally doing the same shit, leaving the earth. Everybody God is personifying the soul's ascension and journey through the heavens, like Enoch. But people think that, you know, it's divided. So look, Moses, for example, let's go to, here go a God called Moses, right? What is and I want to be simple. Remember, we talking about duality, right? The God in the center, Santa, that creates the yin and the yang. That's what Moses represent. Where the split is taking place. That's why Moses is breaking the two pillars. The two pillars originally meant the left and right brain. When you talk about Moses breaking the two pillars, you're dealing with biology and spiritual knowledge of the central nervous system. Here go Moses breaking the pillars right here is biological. Look at it. They turned this right here to this right here. And if you think I'm lying, here go a God that's older than Moses. His name Camazotz. Look, Camazotz right here. This is the Mesoamerican Moses. And before Moses was breaking the pillars to talk about duality, because it didn't have nothing to do with no commandments. It was about creating duality. And that's what let me close out some of these, because I don't want to slow my computer down. Shu is creating duality in the middle of the earth with his God body. You see here? Now look at here. Same thing right here. Look at this. I'm going to read all donations at the end. Thank y'all. Same thing with this image right here. They turned this image, this knowledge right here, into a dude breaking some tablets in half. They turned this here into this here. But this image of Camazotz was teaching us the same knowledge of the elect of magnetism, the fractal code of our soul, how nothing is outside of us, everything is inside. You look at Camazotz right here. This God here, his name is Camazotz. And look at what he's doing. He's showing you duality. He's breaking. This is what Moses, and let me show you some so you can see I'm not reaching. Let me show you some. Watch this. When you say Kamazats, it's spelt like this, but the word Moses is right in your face. Can you see it? Moses. Moses is pronounced with a Z, not a S. You can, no one say Moses. They say Moses with a Z. This the God that put the Z in Moses, y'all. There go Moses right there, y'all. Moses. Moses is Moses. Mazat is literally Moses. Moses. Kamazat is, take the K off. The Ka is just the soul. Ka is the soul. Moses. 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 And here is Moses or Kamazat right here. And then here is Moses. See, when the barbarian came to America, we gave him all this shit and he just turned it into literal characters with literal stories. You feel me? When the barbarian came here, we showed him Kamazats and we taught him about duality. But they didn't like this knowledge, y'all, because it's connected to free will and sovereignty. So they inverted it with the literal interpretation. And the literal interpretation of Kamazits, Kamazits is Moses, just the regular white Moses. This story of Moses holding up some tablets that God split in half, we told them that. We told the barbarian that God is splitting reality in half. And the barbarian came and said, oh, God just split these stone pillars in half for Moses. They changed the story. We told the story about a God called Moses, and they tell a story about Moses. And they so lazy, they don't even change the name that damn much. They don't change the name. Listen, the Egyptian god Shu versus Yahshua. Like, bro, will you at least change the name some more? It's like Pooh Boo so lazy, they just said, just take the F off and put a P. You so damn lazy, you don't even change the name a lot. Instead of you calling it something different, it's just, well, if they Fubu, we Pooh Boo. If that's Gucci, we're gonna be Lucci. Like, damn it, you just gonna change one alphabet with your lazy ass. The people who plagiarized the ancient system, they so not original that you can literally see it's right in your face what they did. You don't even gotta try hard. Like, it's like me looking at a nigga as some fake FUBU. I don't gotta try hard to see the original version is right in your face. They didn't do nothing but take the fucking FUBU logo and swap the F with a P. It's not easy. Excuse me, it's not hard. It's not hard to see how they copied the original shit. It's right in your face. It's like the knockoff Jordans and that nigga doing a layup instead of a dunk. They just change one little thing. People who copy, they like to change very little. They change just 1% of it. And that's make my job easier. Because they don't even change the way they God look. Because look at Kamazats, y'all. Now look at Moses. Now both of them got the name Moses. And both of them breaking some pillars. It's not hard to see the ripoff, man. And what I don't like, black people hate knockoff clothes. We'll joke on you for wearing the fake shit, but we wear the fake spiritual shit. It's folks in the church, they won't go to church with no fake name brands on, but they got the knockoff spiritual system. Let that sink in. Our people so lost, they won't put no fake Gucci on their body, but they will put the barbarians' knockoff religious system in their auric field, in their vibration, in their psyche, into their home, into their family, into their children's mind. They won't let their children wear fake Jordans, but they will let their kids go and serve the fake Christ, the Antichrist. Let that sink in a minute. They won't put fake shit on their body, but they'll put fake programming into their spirit. They'll look you dead in the eye after you show them the real version and still choose the knockoff version. But they won't do that with Gucci and Louis Vuitton. If you go up to a black person and say, hey man, here go the fake ass Gucci and here go the real Gucci, they ain't gonna choose that fake shit over the real shit. In fact, they gonna choose the real shit and look down on the fake shit. And they gonna joke on the people who choose the fake shit. But it's just the opposite in the religious world. Everybody wear the fake shit. And if you got on the real shit, they gonna laugh at you. They gonna say, look at Sanchez with that real ass spiritual system on. Boy, there's nobody wear that real shit. We rocking the Poochie over here. Sanchez got that Gucci on. Nigga, I don't care if there's only 10 of us wearing Gucci. It's authentic. The whole world rocking the fake shit and they looking at us, but that's the way the humans are. If everybody in the world right now started wearing the knockoff Louis Vuitton, that'll be the new style. Now, if you show up with the fake ass, if you show up with the real Louis Vuitton on, they're gonna look at you like you got the fake shit on. Cause the whole world just agreed, nigga, we rocking the fake shit for the style. We make the style, man, not the damn designers. I don't give a fuck what Gucci made, what them people made. We decide what's hot and what's gonna be the style. And if the whole world say we walking the FUBU, I know FUBU is authentic, but that shit don't get no play around here, my nigga. I know that FUBU is authentic, but ain't nobody rocking that shit, bro. You're alone. You over there with all 10 of y'all, while the whole world over here rocking the fake shit. See, it's easy to just say, you know what? I know this FUBU is real. But fuck it, man. Give me the FUBU because it's in style, man. It's trendy. I know this shit is authentic, but people ain't checking on it right now. What's real is what we vote on as a collective. That's the point of my example. I'm trying to show you spiritual people, quit trying to seek validation for doing the right thing. You only gonna get crucified. If you enter this shit for validation, you might as well leave. Because you signing up to be a martyr. I'm just letting you know that now. You signing up to go outside with the authentic Gucci on and be laughed at. And if you ain't ready for that, then put the fake Gucci on and get on out the way. Because I'm showing folks the authentic shit versus the fake literal interpretation of Moses. Now, let me show you some more about Moses that ain't nobody gonna really teach. Because Moses ain't a person. Moses is a scientific concept of how duality is created. Now, let me show you. Here is why Moses split the pillars. This process is called meiosis. Now, if you want to know why Moses is called Moses, I'm trying to teach you right now. Moses ain't a person. Moses is a universal concept that's teaching us how we got all of these different realities. You're basically saying more seas. Let me show you what you're saying. Moses represent how we get the waters separated from the waters, or how you get more seas. If it wasn't for Moses, you wouldn't have waters above and waters below. This is the point in the universe that separates the waters from the waters, or the God point, where duality and multiplicity and all of that is being created right here. And at this point, more seas are being created, more oceans. Think about this. How do I make many oceans out of one? I take cups and scoop it up like a swimming pool. That's all Moses doing. He's separating the water from the water, and it looks like this. Look. It looked like breaking the pillars in half. Now, when I told you Jesus is Moses, I meant it because guess what? Jesus is breaking the bread in half. Who breaking the bread in half? Well, if you know that your brain and your skull shaped like bread, then you can see how the ancestors were very clever. Because if you look at this, it looks like a loaf of bread. Look at it. It shapes just like a slice of bread. And if I was to take a slice of bread and cut it down the middle, a person can teach like that about the left and right brain. A duality, yin and yang. It's like this. You take a loaf of bread, you slice it. Who is the one that's slicing the bread? Center. It ain't no real person. It's a concept of how duality is being created. But when you personify the concept, you get Jesus and the Vesica Pisces. Now, notice what I just said. Pi what? Jesus and the Vesica Pi. Pisces. Pi is dealing with splitting some shit. Pi seas, more seas. It's showing you more primordial oceans being created. Every parallel reality is sitting within its own ether or sea, primordial sea. And it's every time a parallel, what it's saying is with Moses is the one that's making it be more than one reality. There's only one reality. The concept of multiple realities is an illusion. Sanchez, you confusing me. No, I'm not. Have you ever been in a glass house? It's only one you. But the concept of it being a bunch of different yous is an illusion that the glass house is making. Our earth is the same way. When we fell into this reality, we fell into a glass house. Our reflection is all around us. The stars, when you go outside and you look at the stars all around you, those are your reflections. Every star in the sky is like you being in a mirror house and looking around you at another you looking back at you. Every star in the sky is a gateway into another you that's being reflected from the center you, like a mirror house. So more seas is more yous. Every mirror is its own ocean with a you inside of it. So each you require another ocean. More seas. Moses not only split the tablets, Moses split the sea as well, splitting the waters. You see what I'm saying? And Jesus is splitting the bread. Why is everyone breaking something in half? Because everyone is embodying the demiurge energy. Look at Morpheus, giving you red pill, blue pill, yin and yang, negative and positive. It's the same God, this God of the crossroads, the God of transformation, which is what Morpheus is, the ripper, the reaper. But the word ripper, the one that's ripping you from the simulation, is repairing you. Repair, reaper, repair, ripper, repair. Pulling you out of a dream and bringing you back to reality is a repairing process, is fixing you. Now you look at Morpheus here, and then we go to Jesus. Why do Jesus want to show us his piercings on his hand? Now watch, let me break some down. The literal interpretation tells a story about a dude who is dead, but his corpse is walking up to you with holes in his hand like a zombie. See, the literal interpretation got y'all believing in Halloween shit. If a nigga get up out his casket right now and say, look at this 12 gauge bullet in my fucking head, and I'm still alive, you would shit your pants. But yet you worshiping this damn zombie. So your literal interpretation literally got y'all worshiping a zombie, man. Like the Night of the Living Dead. What's so crazy about it, Christians will watch movies about dead people getting up out the grave, and they will call it horror movies, and they will be afraid of it, but they will go to church and get excited about a dead man getting up out the grave. You can't make this shit up, y'all. They will watch movies about corpse getting up out the grave, people with knives stuck in them and wounds showing, and they will say, ooh, that's spooky. And then they will show this image and rejoice at it. I call cap. I think if a white boy knocked on your door right now with blonde hair, blue eyes, blood on his hands saying, I'm dead and I resurrected, you will run your ass off. Oh yeah, you wouldn't be talking about, oh Jesus, come on, man. You will take off running. That's a zombie. But that's what the literal interpretation does. See, the spiritual interpretation don't require me to worship a walking zombie, a corpse. It lets me know that it was never literal. What Morpheus represent is awakening. If you ever watch the Matrix movie, death is awakening. When Neo leaves the world, he didn't die, he woke up. This is the Gnostic way. Death is not nothing to be scared of, where if I don't worship this blood sacrifice, I'm gonna go to hell. That's fear mongering. That's fear programming. But that's what the literal interpretation does. When you take these old ass symbols, because what people don't know, they turn the god Moloch into Jesus. They didn't turn the god Moloch into Jesus. Basically, Jesus is Serapis, and he come from Egypt, but they was taking a lot of attributes from other surrounding gods, giving them to Jesus, because they wanted to make the one blended perfect God. What was happening, I'm about to show y'all that right now. Here go the god Moloch. You look at his hands, right? Look at his hands. You notice something about Moloch's hands? They look just like Jesus' hands, don't it? They got piercings in them. Because Jesus is Moloch, y'all. Jesus is the golden calf. But Sanchez, Jesus ain't a calf. Let me break something down to you. Before Jesus was created, they was under Moses, man. Moses is the father of Christianity. What did Moses have them worship? A golden calf. Where did Moses get the golden calf from? Egypt. Who is the golden calf? Hathor. Not only did they create Jesus from Hathor, they created Zeus and Thor from Hathor. The hammer that Thor is holding became Jesus. Yes, the Thor hammer is just a capital T or this. That's the Thor hammer, Jesus. He's the Thor hammer. So, because why the Thor hammer is dealing with electromagnetism, which is the knowledge that was lost. That's the serpent wisdom, the sine wave energy, sine wave knowledge. This is a corrupted form of the golden calf, Hathor, from Egypt. But Sanchez, why is it a corrupted form? Because it's a literal interpretation. The Egyptians didn't believe in a real golden calf that was the devil making people do bad. The golden calf was them another way of them showing you about the soul within man ascending up to the heavens in a form of a flying cow that went over the moon. To say that if you can go to the dark side of the moon, you're leaving the earth realm, basically. The moon is a portal. The moon and the cow has always been associated with each other ever since Egypt. The cow jumped over the moon. That's Hathor. The witch travels through the moon to leave the earth and transcend realities, because the 7 wandering stars include the sun and the moon. Now, this deity right here is Jesus. And if you look at the star on the chest, that's your Star of Bethlehem. You don't see the Star of Bethlehem on the chest? This is Jesus, man. But see, there is no, that's what I'm telling y'all. Like, people will show up and say, Sanchez, Jesus was a real man. How you gonna tell the people that invented this shit that they shit is literal when they saying it's spiritual? Think about that now. That's like me inventing the slang word cheese to describe money. Everybody knows Sanchez, the one who created that shit. Like, when you say cheese and you talking about money, let's say I'm the one invented that slang. I'm the creator of it, and everybody know that. Now imagine someone coming along later saying, let me get some cheese, man. And they talking about real cheese, like Kraft, the stuff you put on sandwiches. And people are trying to tell them, hey man, cheese don't mean that. And this person is saying, I know my new slang, I'm copying Sanchez, but the new version is literal. When I ask for cheese, I mean real cheese. Now think about this, right? What would happen if that happened? It'll be weird. People will be putting cheese in the bank, like the shit we make macaroni with. And if everybody do it, nobody would think it's wrong. It'll become a tradition and a ritual. People will say, why do we put real cheese in these bank vaults? Because that's just tradition. People been doing it for years. We put our cheese in here, and when it go bad, we just replace it. It's for the gods. People do dumb rituals all around the world. The rituals don't make no sense because the truth has been inverted from the symbolism. Think about this. People will never know the real meaning of why they putting cheese in these bank vaults. Why? Because we wouldn't put cheese in the bank vaults. Cheese was a code word for money, and they don't know that. But they will never find the truth if they don't know that we were speaking symbolically. Imagine that. I'm giving a crazy example, right? Let's say your soul shaped like a snake. And the snake, when it leaves the body, it rises up from this ocean where it's resurrected into a higher realm. Now, everybody that's hearing me telling the story about the snake rising up know that I'm not talking about a real snake rising up from the water. They know I'm describing man's energy leaving the earth. But what if someone say, no, he talking about a real snake rising up from the water? What will happen? You will get the literal interpretation that we got in Revelation that talks about the great serpent Satan rising up from the ocean in the end of days. When you read the book of Revelation, in the end of days, Satan the serpent rises up from the ocean. But guess what? That's the literal interpretation. It got people looking for a red dragon to pop out the fucking Pacific Ocean. And when a red dragon don't pops its head up from the Pacific Ocean like, whoo, water, well, it's salty, time to end the world, then they go to making up shit. The Statue of Liberty is the devil. This island coming out the water is the dragon. They reach now because they're looking for a literal something coming out of some literal water. You'll never find it because it wasn't literal. The serpent rising up in the book of Revelation is the same serpent that rose up in Moses' time in the wilderness. It was the symbol of resurrection before Jesus. They telling you that the serpent gonna rise up in the end of days. It just meant that your spirit gonna leave your body when your days are over, when your life is over. The end of days is when your life is over, the end of your days. At the end of your days, the serpent energy within you is going to rise up from the waters above. When you interpret this shit literally, you got people reading the book of Revelation waiting on some shit to pop out the ocean. They're literally waiting on... Y'all think I'm lying, bro. Guess what? I swear I'm not making this up. I've heard Christians say that the Loch Ness Monster may be the dragon coming up from the ocean that Revelation talking about. I've heard Christians say that the Loch Ness Monster is the great sea dragon that Revelation speak of. You know why? You looking for literal shit. Just like they looking for the ark and they never go find it because it's right here, fool. Noah's Ark is the temple of God, which is the skull. When you take this stuff literal, you go outside looking for things that don't literally exist. They were symbolic gestures to teach about stuff. What that does, it creates vain rituals. People, just like we carve pumpkins, right? Every Halloween we carve pumpkins. What if I told y'all that come from us teaching about this same knowledge of resurrection? We used to teach about man's soul trapped in duality. And we didn't draw on whiteboards and use paper and pencil. We would grab whatever we had around us. So how did we teach this stuff? We would take a sheet of paper, tear it in half, and say, hey, this is left brain, this right brain, whatever you use as a symbol. Like, let's say I wanted to teach y'all about duality, right? And I fucking took a sheet of paper and I said, look, this represent the left brain, this represent the right brain, and I started teaching with these two sheets of paper. If someone saw this video 100 years from now and took my example literally, they would teach that our brain is made out of paper. They won't see that I'm using this paper just to demonstrate the left and right brain. The same way we don't see, right, that Morpheus is using these two pills to represent the left and right brain, instinct and intuition, yin and yang. If you wanted to teach a person about duality, how would you do it? You would break some shit in half, and then you would explain each side in contrast, like I just did with the paper. It's simple. How do you teach a child duality? You can take anything, a rock, whatever, but whatever you take, you gotta break it. So all throughout the world, we see these gods that keep breaking shit. Why do they keep breaking shit? They ain't clumsy. Moses breaking some tablets. Kamazat's breaking some tablets. Moses breaking some water open. Jesus breaking some bread open. Samson breaking some two pillars open. Look at this. Morpheus breaking apart the two pills to show you the difference. Here go Jesus. Everybody seem to be breaking some shit, showing you this one and that one. Left and right, yin and yang. And it's a reason everyone's doing that, because everyone is showing us, teaching us duality. It's simple. Simple. This is before God and the devil. It was just yin and yang, negative, positive. These two forces went at war with each other. They work together in unison like the yin yang. When they invert the shit, we can't see the truth in totality. We only see God fighting the devil. But that ain't what's happening in the universe. That's what's happening in your fake ass Bible and in your indoctrination. If you look at the world around you, the sun and moon ain't fighting each other. Up and down ain't fighting each other. Left and right is getting along just fine, sir. Let me tell you something. Fire and water exist on this earth forever, and ain't neither one of them gonna obliterate the next one. There's always gonna be some fire on this earth, and there's always gonna be some water here, and neither one gonna never cancel each other out. Even though they polar opposites. Fire ain't gonna say, let me go and fight, well, let me evaporate that water. And water ain't gonna say, let me go put that fire out. All of these polar opposites in the universe are working together, man. But what did they do? They taught us that God and the devil don't like each other, and they flipped everything. And what was the result? Man and woman can't get along. We can't see the unison between the two polarizing opposites. We can only see the differences and why we need to argue and fight. That created the manosphere community, where you got a bunch of dudes and women arguing all day about who at the top, the man or the woman. Don't you know that the Boule control that? The Freemasons control all that shit. All of these little schools of thought that got y'all arguing about this or that, man or woman, black people or white people. That's why I stopped covering the Nolan Wales case. It's so much division, but if you look at the universal laws, everything getting along. Everything that's polar opposite is working together with each other. The sky and the ground is a marriage. The sun and the moon working in perfect unison. Only thing that's polar opposite that ain't found the balance point is man. We in chaos. Because we ain't learning balance from the universe. We learning chaos from the indoctrination and the Bibles and the literal interpretation. If we study the spiritual interpretation, it'll show us the unison between the two polarities. But if you study the literal interpretation, it got God and the devil fighting each other. But the devil ain't nothing but the diva representing the female energy, and God represent the masculine. If your spiritual teachers are teaching you that the polarizing forces of the universe are at war, what you think gonna happen in our household, we're going to have the #1 divorce rate. The people who live in the Western world, all of the people that fall under the literal interpretation, we got the highest divorce rates. See, I got receipts for what I say. I got numbers for the shit I say. Because the people that interpret this stuff spiritual, they more mature than us Americans and us Westerners too. They kids more mature than ours. Because if you teaching a damn child that, hey son, ain't no boogeyman out there and ain't no white man in the sky that's gonna save you, son. It's just you and your God energy, son. It's only negative and positive, son. Ain't no angel gonna save you, and ain't no devil out there gonna kill you. You your own worst enemy, or you your greatest help with your own mind and the reality you building. If you teaching a child that, they gonna be more in control over their life. They're gonna be more responsible than a child that you grow up teaching, hey man, if something bad happened, that was the devil, son. They got us learning when we grow up as children, all the bad shit is outside of us. Everything bad happened to us, that's that old devil. And everything good, that's the white man in the sky looking out for you. In other countries, they teach their kids, if whatever good happened to you, it's because your ass did it. Whatever bad happened to you, you need to look in the mirror and see what the fuck you doing wrong. Other people give their kids responsibility young in life. Imagine being a young child, 10 years old, and being bullied. Something ain't going right in your life. And your parent tell you, we don't know what to tell you, son. Work that shit out. Because guess what? You can have a parent that'll say, we gonna pray for it. We gonna pray for that boy. I've been praying because my son going through it. You can tell your son, listen, son, you got to learn to be strategic. We got to find ways for you to either get the upper hand on this bully or to avoid him. I'm being simple, but I'm showing you how, like, you got people raising their kids up and things not going bad in the parent's life, the kid's life, it's the devil. Some good happened in the kid's life, praise the Lord. But you got other kids, they parents telling them, if some bad shit keep happening to you, it's something in your pattern, something you doing, we need to eliminate. It's automatically self-accountability, responsibility. At a young age, right? It'll give you a sense of like, I got to do something. It's more of maturity. Because you have grown people in the Western world that feels like life is just happening to them because they feel like the world is carrying out God's will. But then you got people born that's saying, hey, everybody on earth carrying out their own free will. And those people are looking at the Zionists and they're condemning them people. Whereas people who sleep is looking at the oppressor conquer the world and they're saying that's the will of God and that's the signs of the time. See, one of them makes us turn over power and do nothing about the injustices that we're under. The literal interpretation sanctions all of the evil in the world into God's will. All of the world conquest and servitude and fiat government, the generational wealth gap, the inflation, all of this stuff in the world, deforestation, the air being polluted, water being polluted, you name it. The literal interpretation makes us docile and makes us sit back and say, well, that's just God's will. It says it in the Bible that the earth is going to be corrupted. And with that interpretation, you just sit back out the way and let these people take over. You don't fight. And that's what they want. The literal interpretation makes you docile, complacent to Zionism. And if you're turning a blind eye to it, you're part of it. That's how the universe look at it. You got blood on your hand. Because there are other people that knows this ain't God's will, and that those people are acting out their own evil ass intentions and their own will. And we ain't sanctioning the enemy's evil actions in the name of God. So that's the difference between these two. But let me show you some more symbolism that I think you'll get a kick out of. We're in a simulation, a dream world, if you will, a matrix. And the people in power don't want us to know that. So let me show you what the ancestors said. This the Mayan cosmos. The Mayan cosmos looked like a human head, don't it? Because again, if you're in your dream, you're in your head. Now, this is pre-Christian. You can see the bird landing on the cross right here. Look at it. This is a Mayan conception of the cosmos. And what we're looking at is the sacred bird of heaven right here, landing on the world tree, which was later stolen by the Christians, talking about the dove landing on the cross. But that's the literal interpretation. That's the literal interpretation. The spiritual interpretation says that your soul fell from a higher realm and it landed inside the body, and it takes its command center at the seat of the soul, which is the central nervous system. You see it right here. This little bird right here is the soul inside the body, or what we call the mind. If you look at a Hebrew cosmos, it'll just be the throne of God right there. You see? But the Mayans and the Hebrew were on the same page. God, right there in the same position. When they cut the head, this would be the third eye, the pineal gland, the place where Jacob met God. There's nothing there. It's an empty chamber because it's the hidden one. God is invisible. Right here, seated right here in the heaven of heavens. But that location is right here to the Mayan. God would be the Holy Ghost bird or whatever landing on the cross. Same thing. But why a bird? Why a bird on the cross? Because if you look at this image of the brain, this became a god called Abraxas. Let me see if I can pull it up. When you say Abraxas, what are you saying? The word axis is in it, because the axis is the North Pole where the split is happening. Look at Abraxas. This is Santa, center, in between the sun and moon. Look at him. Look at it. This God is in between the sun and moon. Look at that. The North Pole in between the sun and moon right here. And this Santa, instead of reindeers, you get the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. Why the 4 horsemen? Because it is 4 hemispheres of the brain, family. It is 4 horsemen because it is 4 hemispheres of the brain. It is 4 corners of the earth, representing the 4 hemispheres of the brain. Okay? You can see that there's 4 continents right here. If you cut your brain open, you get 4 hemispheres that's being separated by the middle point. The middle point is right here, the vault of heaven. This middle point is where Jesus breaking the bread, slicing the pie. This is why Jesus got his arms open, because Jesus is personifying this tree of life. And I asked you a question. Why is Jesus keep splitting shit up and breaking bread and all that? Because this world tree creates the time zones. It creates the directions. Look at it. It creates the 4 hemispheres of the brain, which is Jesus there. Now, here is Vitruvian man. But Vitruvian man is a form of Jesus too. It's Leonardo da Vinci showing us our soul experience in the flesh inside of these different parallel realities. Each parallel reality equals out to 360. So you got a square and a circle, both equal in 360, but they're different shapes. And you got a different Vitruvian man in each shape, and all of the shapes are layered on each other. This is what the universe is. It's expressing the 360 in different ways. Circle, square, six-pointed star, and you're in the middle of each expression, meaning there's a version of you in each reality. And all of these realities is a circle of the earth. But when we say circle, it just means chakra. The word circle is mainly dealing with the fact that it is a 360 degrees, meaning it is a shape that loops around itself in a continuous loop like a circle. A circle ain't the only shape that do that. A square does it too and come back to the same spot. You can do that in different shapes and come back to the same spot. It still would be equal out like a 360, which means I start where I finish. I'm the alpha and omega. But it can be different shapes. Do this make sense to y'all? It's just talking about the continuum. But that can be expressed in many different shapes. That's why when we say circle, the circle is not, the 360 degrees is not exclusive to this shape that we call a circle. There are so many shapes in the universe that's 360 degrees. So what you want to realize is that you exist in the 360 of life in every sacred geometric shape that's expressing that math. This creates a multiverse where the 360 is expressing itself in a different shape in each star. So you exist in each shape. And another way of looking at this is like this. Because Vitruvian man is basically virtual man. You look up the word Vitruvian, and it is Leonardo da Vinci's way of saying the virtual man. The question you gotta ask is, why the hell is Leonardo da Vinci depicting our God body as a video gamer, as a virtual man in some sort of mechanism experiencing an illusion? Let that sink in. Leonardo da Vinci is trying to show us what our God body is. He's trying to show us what the real you looks like in the base reality. And Leonardo da Vinci said, this is what we look like. Adam, you're in a star. You're the Lord of the Rings because you're literally in our base reality. We're hooked up to this device. It's like a game. And our entire existence is false. We're able to move in all directions in this thing. And we ain't never left nowhere, man. We've been in the same spot for so long in the base reality. But if you let us tell it, we done been all over the place. You ain't been nowhere. You are bound in a tomb. And this is what you really look like right here. This is what we look like in the base reality. You want to know what Adam is? Adam is Vitruvian man. Why Adam? Because what is an atom? Let's look at it. What is an atom? It is the star of Bethlehem. Remember when Jesus was born, his birth was symbolized by this star that I'm showing you. It's called an atom. Why is Jesus' birth symbolized by an atom? Because all of us was born into the game when we went into the mechanism, which is the Moloch bull. Now they want you to think that our ancestors were sacrificing babies to this dang on golden calf. This golden calf represents the Earth simulation. It's a quantum computer that they personify as a calf. Let me show you. This is the golden calf right here, folks. Look. Our universe is a big ass quantum computer. It's a simulation. You're in a matrix. You're in one of these. And if you pull up a Hindu cosmos, you'll see that. Let's pull it up. According to the ancients, our universe is a big quantum computer. Look at it. Look at this. You see that? Look at this thing. The golden calf is the earth god. But the earth ain't a god. The earth is a mechanism. It's a machine. Now, the question I ask you, why would someone want to hide that? If I'm born in a fucking mechanism, a machine, why would someone hide that from me and tell me earth is a god or earth is a place outside of, God? If the people want to trap you on earth, just think about the Matrix movie. People born in the Matrix are not being told by AI that the world is a computer. If you watch the Matrix movie, drop a 1. Ask yourself this. What was they teaching people about the earth in the Matrix? They was teaching them that they was on a blue ball floating through space. They was giving them the space program. What if in the Matrix movie, the government came out and said, hey, y'all, we in a big ass computer program. People will wake up like Neo. Neo and a few other people realize the earth ain't what they telling us. The earth is a fucking computer and we're in a matrix. Everybody else in the matrix thought they was on a ball globe earth floating through space. Y'all are woke. You've taken the red pill. Flat earth is basically simulation earth. It's the earth Neo found out about, Morpheus found out about, and everybody laugh at you when you go back into the matrix saying, hey, the earth ain't a ball. It's a simulation, and simulations are flat. Like a video game with a map. You ever played Grand Theft Auto? What's the shape of your world? It's a big flat map, isn't it? That's how they write simulations. In other words, if our reality is a simulation, by default, the earth is flat. Simulation and flat earth go hand in hand. But simulation and globe earth don't even make sense. Because a simulation is a false version of earth that's created by man, not the true creator. So if they giving you a globe earth that was created from a big bang through a natural chemistry process, that is different. That is talking about a physical, natural world coming from a natural setting that they call space. That's different than, hey, that was an earth before this earth, and we copied that earth and made a simulation. That'll be like me making a copy of this earth right now, and people start living in my version of the earth in a computer with brain-computer interfaces. They plug up, they go to sleep, and they live out the rest of their life in this little dream world I made. That's what the Exodus was. Eden was the earth before this earth. What happened in Eden? We created another earth, a simulation. We went into it, and children were born into it. So all of the ancient people said that the earth we're in is a false version of an original earth. And that's why we got to die to get back to the original earth. Death didn't exist in the original earth, because think about this. If what the ancestors is saying is right, our original heaven, we are gods that didn't have a beginning or ending, but we forgot that, which is why now the idea of you coming from this divine kingdom and not having a beginning or ending, you can't even grasp that right now. Because when God fell into the body, he can't even grasp the concepts that govern heaven. All we know in this body is the earth realm, decay, decomposition, loss. But we come from a realm of immortality, abundance. Things don't age, they don't decay. They don't even start and they don't end. Time don't even exist there. It's hard for us to remember that. If I tell a person they come from a place like that, in this realm, it don't hit the same because our soul is in a body which has a lot of limitations. Trying to tell a person that's tired every day, that's getting old, that they're a god and they don't age and all, like, that's laughable. Because they identify by their flesh and not their soul. They identify by the layer of them that does age and does die. To them, that's who they are. The ancients looked at that as a shell, a layer of themselves that they are yet to shed. Like a caterpillar don't look at itself as a caterpillar. It sees itself as a baby butterfly. It sees its caterpillar version like how we see embryo phases. Like when you see embryonic phases of a human fetus, you don't look at the early phases and say that's a human. But you should. You say that's an embryo. No, it's not. That's a baby human. Likewise, you look at the caterpillar and say that's a caterpillar. No, that's a little butterfly. So if we thought like that, we would say we're gods. We're baby gods, right? And a baby god don't look nothing like a full-grown god, just like a caterpillar don't look like a butterfly. It transforms. A seed don't look like a tree, but it's the same thing. So our human body is not a good representation of what we really are. It'll be like holding a seed in your hand saying, look at this tree. Well, that's not really a tree quite yet. Put that thing down in isolation and darkness of the dirt and you'll see a tree. So I said this in my last stream, we are fallen angels, but I don't like that term. We are really planted seeds. In order for you to transform a seed into a tree, you got to abandon it. You got to actually be a bad parent. You got to throw that seed down in the ground and leave it by itself in darkness. Something you would never do to your children, right? Everything is inverted in the universe. See, everything is backwards when it comes to the universe, and I'll give you an example. So, if I asked you, how do I hide something in the physical earthly realm? You would probably say you can cover it up, right? You say, Sanchez, you want to hide this cup, right? In the earthly realm, if we want to hide something, we just cover it up, right? In the spiritual realm, if you want to reveal something, you cover it up. Now that just fucked you up, right? I know you scratching your head like, how do you reveal something by covering it? Well, check this out, right? You ever saw the movie called The Invisible Man? If you had an invisible man sitting in your living room and you can't see him, how would you reveal that man? You would throw a blanket on him, right? If you wanted to see an invisible man, you would cover him up. You see what I'm saying? So in the invisible realm, in order for you to see shit, you cover it. In the physical realm, in order for you to hide shit, you cover it. See, everything is flipped and it's inverted. Do that make sense to y'all? Because your soul can't be seen, it's invisible. But in order for me to see your soul, we literally had to cover it up in a body, in the flesh, because you really an invisible man. And in order for us to see the invisible man, we got to put clothes on him like Adam and Eve. The energy that you really are can't be seen, it's invisible. But what makes you visible is your body, you putting clothes on it. So from the spiritual realm, if you want to see something, you cover it up. Because in the spiritual realm, everything is invisible, like the invisible man. And you see, it's just the opposite here. When you cover some shit here, you hide it. So that's what I mean by everything's inverted. In the physical realm, you saying I'm alive. But in the spiritual realm, you're dead. We're not living and waiting to die. We're dead waiting to live. We've been taught backwards. Life don't happen before death. Death happened before life. Death happens before. I'm gonna give you another way to, because that you're not gonna, it sounds stupid. So think of it like this, right? The seed has to die for the tree to live. When the seed dies, the tree lives. So like the destruction of the seed is the construction of the tree. As the casing and the seed vanishes and it's destroyed and the contents within it expands beyond it and breaks out the shell, what we call a seed don't exist no more. It's now a tree. But that's what death is. Your body decomposing is like a seed shell casing germinating to release the contents, which is the tree. This isn't death, it's transformation. And this is what's the original spiritual interpretation of ascension and resurrection before it became literal. Your body is like a shell casing. And don't nobody gives a crap what happened to a seed shell casing, but we care what happened to that beautiful tree that came out of it. You see, that's to say the ancestors didn't value their body, they valued the soul within it. The body was just a container for the real them. And if you really knew what the real you was behind this body, even if you was a top Victoria's Secret model, you would look at your body as just beneath that. People value their bodies more than their soul. That's like a caterpillar getting obsessed with the cocoon that it spun versus the fact that it need to be inside of there transforming instead of decorating and making up that cocoon. All of us are plagued with this to where, now I ain't saying don't take care of yourself, don't look your best and do all that. I'm saying at the end of the day, you should be more in love with the you that's inside of you. Like the Bible said it this way. The Bible said, greater is he that is in me than he that is in the world. That is saying the soul within my body is better than my body. My body has lust and my body has all type of corruption that my soul don't agree with. When they was saying greater is him that's in me than him that's in the world. Our soul is like connected to our higher self. The body is the lower self. And if greater is him that's in me than him in the world, then we should be listening to him that's inside of me versus your pastor, your bishop, any external authority. All of the external voices are giving you indoctrination and the outlaw system. the established truth over the universal truth. So let's go back to this. So this right here is what your God body looked like. Vitruvian man is the fact that in the base reality, we're playing a game. Vitruvian man is your virtual self, the you that's blindfolded. You can't see the real world because you see the simulated world from inside of your mechanism. This is what we really look like, people. I want to show you this because when I show you this, Adam was the first man. Adam is basically the name of your God body. And this symbol of the Adam is just showing you what the God body looked like in the base reality in Eden. And in Eden, this is what we look like, y'all, like a damn Adam. Just like this. But if you put an S in front of Adam, what you get? Saturn. And what is another way to show us Saturn? Here he go right here, look. Here he go right here. This is what we look like. Why am I showing you this? Because what I'm doing, I'm teaching you about the Star of Bethlehem or the six-pointed Star of David. It ain't have nothing to do with David. It ain't have nothing to do with this literal Jesus being born. This star represent man's entering the simulation because it's Vitruvian man. If our world is a simulation, how do we enter it? We board this mechanism. If our world is a simulation, this is how we entered it. We never left the base reality. We just plugged into Moloch, the beast. This is, when I talk about the machine, the golden calf, I'm talking about the central nervous system. This computer is your spinal cord, but it's also a mech, like this is technology. If you look at a quantum computer and you look at the human spinal cord, you'll see what the Pharaoh was teaching us about with the Jedi pillar. This is the spinal cord or the central nervous system. It behaves like a quantum computer. When we make these things in the physical earth, we're reverse engineering the spiritual realm or Jacob's ladder. But if you want to know what Jacob's ladder looked like, this is what it looked like. The stairway is made of technology, folks. Get out of fairy tale land. Our ancestors were scientists. They were tech gurus. You're not in the real earth right now. You're in a simulated earth that's being projected from the real earth. And these earths, man made these, y'all. Man made these. Now the question is, what man? Vitruvian man. Yeah, every man and woman made their own earth. Like every caterpillar spins their own cocoon and they go in there and go to sleep and transform. Every human in the base reality spun their own cocoon and we went into the simulation, which is the dream state. Now, when we wake up, we'll remember who we are and what we did. Just like, can you imagine a caterpillar waking up out of its cocoon and it's no longer a caterpillar? And it's reminded, oh shit, I spun a cocoon, went to sleep and forgot about the shit. And here I am now, woke up and I remember, yeah, I did spin that cocoon to transform into a butterfly. Ask yourself this. When the caterpillar go to sleep, does it remember what the fuck it did? I'ma say no. Just like when you go to sleep and start dreaming, you don't remember till you wake up. Now imagine being a caterpillar, waking up, knowing that you spun that cocoon to turn into a butterfly, but the moment you went in the cocoon, you went into ignorance and forgot what the hell you did. You forgot you the one put your own self in this sleep, in this deep sleep to transform. This is what the ancients said us gods did. We're playing dumb. If I walk up to you right now and let's say you go to sleep and you start dreaming. If I walk up to you and say, hey man, you built this world. You're God. You created this world and you asked to be here. You put yourself here. You know what you'll tell me in that dream? Sanchez, you full of ego. You telling me I created this world, Sanchez? You telling me I asked to be here? You telling me I put myself here? My mom and daddy had sex and they brought me here. I didn't ask to be here. Guess what? You fell asleep. Did you ask to dream? The very act of falling asleep, you know you can dream. So if you fall asleep and enter a dream, who put you there? Your tired, sleepy ass did. You can walk around that dream all day and remind me that your mama and daddy had sex, but that ain't how you got in that dream. That's the story that's written in the dream script. You get in that dream by falling for heaven. You're not the body that was born from your mama and daddy screwing each other. You the soul that existed before your mom and daddy even knew each other. That fell and entered the earth before your mama even met your daddy. You entered this place before your mama met your daddy through your own sleep. Now you can keep telling yourself, my mom and daddy brought me here. No one can fucking bring you to this shit. Yo, if you go to sleep and start dreaming, did your mom and daddy take you to that dream? Now, I know what you thinking, but Sanchez, my mom and daddy in the dream and they gave birth to me. They gave birth to your body in that dream. But that ain't what showed up when you started dreaming. Do you hear me? Listen, your body is walking around different realities right now. And your mom and daddy did give birth to your flesh in those parallel realities. But when your soul travels away from this world and go into another you in another world, your mom and daddy didn't give birth to that. The part of you that can shift between bodies and different versions of you and travel in between dream worlds and parallel realities, that's who you really are. You're neither one of these bodies that your mom and daddy shitted out. Those are just shells and avatars you can access. The real you cannot be born. It is pure energy that has always existed. So you had multiple births throughout multiple parallel realities where your mama met your daddy in different scenarios. But that is telling me the story of your body in that particular world, and that ain't got nothing to do with your soul. In each of these dream worlds, there's a different history that you got. There's a different memories. Like in some of these worlds, you may be an athlete. In some of these worlds, you may be a minister. You may be a soldier. In each parallel reality, you have a different history. But guess what? You got the same soul. See, because your body is a character in a book. And this character exists in many books where they got him playing out different scripts. But you ain't the character in the book. You the reader. And the reader ain't playing no roles. And the reader ain't no character. The reader just observing what the character's doing. When you enter these different dreams, it's like you saying, okay, I'm tired of reading this book. Let me pick up this other book starring me. With my mama and daddy and the same cast in that story. You can, in this library, you are written in every book. And your mama and daddy is in every book. But guess what ain't written in none of them books? The reader. Every book you pick up I'm reading about the character you're playing in the book, but I'm not reading about the reader. You can't write about the reader. The reader is just observing that which was written. There's no story about the reader. You know why? Stories are lies. Stories are scripts. The reader don't live in a storybook. The reader lives in a real world and access the fake world through imagination and story reading, like a child reading a book. In other words, your soul is in a higher realm right now reading a book called Bro Sanchez or whatever your name is. Your life is just a book that the soul is reading in real time. And it is reading a book by manifesting into the book as the character and acting out the script. Everything in your life is already written out from beginning to end. That's why we have deja vu, because the future already written. Tomorrow ain't a blank page, family. Every single action you taking, your soul wrote this shit out in this book before it came. Does that mean we got free will? Yes, it does. But we're bound to the script. Just like the Bible said, what they lied about, they said God wrote the script and it's some white dude. You're your own writer of your reality. And according to the ancients, the soul wrote out every mistake and everything it needed to experience here for it to get to its next level. It wrote everything. Ain't nothing here happening randomly. If it was, then we can't call it a simulation. Simulation means shit is written out. It's pre-planned. Ain't no random shit happening in a video game. Everything is scripted and written that, hey, when you turn around this corner, a little turtle gonna come at you. If you playing Mario, right? It's scripted out. If you playing a video game and you bend this corner and a monster pop out, that ain't a random act. That was written in a game that when you turn right here, a monster gonna pop out. Everything in your life is meant to happen exactly when it's happening. Is written out, all events. It's pre-planned. There is no debating what I'm saying, because if what I'm saying was wrong, you wouldn't have deja vu. If the future is something waiting to happen, you couldn't see it before it happened. Now, you can remember the past. What if I told you you can remember the future too? If you can go backwards in time, you can go forward in it. That's the law of polarity. Why am I talking about all this? Because this knowledge is tied into the spiritual interpretation of these symbols. We can't get deep with the literal interpretation. We turn into praying ass believers, speaking in tongue and calling on imaginary friends. What if the whole world was thinking deep like how we thinking right now? What kind of world would we be? It wouldn't be a bunch of religious war and Zionism and dumbass, low frequency vibrating people. They vibrating so low they can't see nothing but world conquest being God's will. But when you vibrating high, you can see the devices of evil that play in this world. Christians got the Bible, but they falling for the deception of the world, because they're interpreting it literally. Now look at this image here, because you see this concept, they call it Ezekiel's will. Here is Ezekiel's will. You want to know what Ezekiel's will is? Ezekiel's will is a mechanism that never leaves heaven, but it travels all around the universe. If you think about the God of the Bible, right? They said the God of the Bible never leaves his throne in heaven, but he can be anywhere at all times. What kind of technology would allow you to do that? I'm showing it to you. I'm gonna call this Vitruvian man technology. They said God can be in heaven on his throne, but still be in every earth, in every parallel reality. How? It ain't magic, it's technology. I'm showing it to you right now. This man can be seated right here in this room and never leave his room, but he can go everywhere in the universe because it's through the dream state, right? And this is what Ezekiel's will is all about. Ezekiel and all the prophets never left heaven, but they omniscient. They everywhere, and they never leaving their throne, because the mind is able to wander without moving, because the mind can project itself. And that's what the mind doing right now, having this human experience. Ezekiel's will is a mechanism that exists in the base reality that allow us to make our exodus, or to leave the mothership, so that we can go onto our solo germination process as seeds and make our transformation. This is you spinning a cocoon, basically. So in our base reality, you got these baby souls. They can't transform without this virtual experience called like this fake ass matrix, right? So in the base reality, you got these new babies plugging into the game, but they're doing it to transform. When they get out of their little mechanism, they will have wings and they will be now their higher version. You enter this thing as a baby, you come out as a god. That's what's happening in Eden. And this is what you really look like at the North Pole. They said Jesus was put to death on a cross, right? Look at this machine. They're not talking about no earthly dude coming and dying on a wooden cross and getting up like a zombie. They're talking about your God body in the higher realm. You died when you entered the matrix. And I'm showing you what the mechanism looked like. It looked like a cross, man. Okay? We literally, think about this. What is the name of the fallen angel? Satan, right? Satan is the word Saturn. The god Saturn ain't nothing but a god with a bunch of rings around him. Now look at this image right here. This is Saturn with his rings around him. We're all Saturn, which is Satan, fallen angels. How did we fall? We entered the video game. Satan is Saturn, and Saturn is the god that's covered in all the rings around him. And I'm showing you how he get his rings. The rings represent the veil, the ignorance, the simulation around you. So here is Ezekiel, again, Saturn with the rings around him. He's never leaving the higher realm, but he's projecting through this technology. When you mature, you realize that everything is technological. We live in a simulation which is resembling computer tech. You've been trained to try to look for a physical explanation of a physical world. But that's like walking around your dream trying to figure out what created the place. That's what we're doing with physics. Imagine being in your dream, picking up rocks and picking up dirt, trying to figure out how the earth was created by physically studying the elements. You will never figure it out because you're in a dream world and nothing is really physical. It's all the mind creating an illusion. So if you was in a dream world trying to figure out what the earth is and what the world around you is, while only dealing with physics and the physical understanding, you will never figure it out, ever, until you realize your whole approach is wrong. You wrong from the jump for thinking that you're in a physical world. Define physical, because you can touch it, see it, and smell it. Then you talking about signals that's created by the central nervous system. Ain't nothing physical about those signals. Now y'all got me sounding like Morpheus. Our physical world ain't nothing but a bunch of signals. Now, what is the root word of signal? Sign. How come Sanchez knows so much about reality? Because I deal with signals and signs. You were born into sin, which is sign. A sign is another way of saying a symbol of earth. A symbol is a representation of some real. So if you wanted to, Bro Sanchez TV, if you don't want to spell all that out, then you can just put the golden wings up. It's a symbol, but it means Bro Sanchez TV, right? Like if you don't want to spell out McDonald's, you just put golden arches. So the symbol is a abbreviated representation of something original. The symbol isn't there to take the place of the original. It's there to simplify it and abbreviate it to make it more convenient. So if you driving down the street, you don't gotta read the words. You can just see the big arches and know it's a McDonald's up there. That's the purpose of the symbol, to take something that would have been a bunch of information and shorten it and compress it into some very short and small. It's compression knowledge. So I'm giving y'all, I'm teaching you now why our ancestors even created symbols. Because if a picture is worth 1,000 words, then a symbol is worth 1,000,000 pictures. So you can understand how much of information you can compress into a little symbol. That makes a symbol very fucking powerful. You can have 100 novels in one little symbol. Imagine you reading 100 big ass Bibles, and you could have got all that knowledge by meditating off one little symbol. That's why our ancestors, they didn't read books. They didn't have libraries in the ancient world. Guess what they had? Symbols that they meditated on. Now somebody tell me I'm lying. Tell me that symbols didn't predate books. Symbols was the first book. The symbol was what we used to tell a story and to compress a bunch of pages of information into one little symbol. Just think about it. You can look at a Christian cross, and that one symbol of the cross is telling you a whole story of resurrection that you can take days to read in the Bible. You can read the scripture of resurrection, and that's like a couple of books in the Bible. That'll take about 2-3 days. Or I can show you the symbol of the cross, tell you the story one time with the symbol, and you don't get a book, you just get this symbol called a cross. And guess what'll happen? You'll go around telling the story with the symbol, and people won't pass around a big book. They will just know that that cross means Jesus died and the whole story. It compresses the information. So Christians don't walk around with big ass Bibles. They walk around with crosses on their necks and on their necklaces. The symbol is compressing the story, because who want to walk around with a big Bible all day? So this is just showing you symbols were used like data storage. It's literally like storing information in this symbol. Like, it's very powerful. Don't let that go over your head, because you're talking about compressing data, taking thousands of pages and compressing all of that knowledge into some shit like this right here. You know, you do something like this. And that will compress billions of pages worth of talking and teaching and all them words. The ancestors didn't have 4-hour, 8-hour lectures like what I'm doing now. They was able to compress all of this deep information into simple symbols and tell stories with it, and that was it. You know, it was so easy and simple. We only got to do all this now because we lost that, and that's why I'm bringing the symbols and this stuff back. Let's go back to the board and talk about Vitruvian Man, and we'll start wrapping it up. But this right here, this photo tells you a lot about Ezekiel's will. I'm about to read all the donations, y'all. I just didn't want to stop the flow. Here's Ezekiel right here. Now, remember what I showed y'all earlier about Abraxas with the 4 dogs? Abraxas and Ezekiel is the same concept. You can see him mounted up. The rays of light is attached to his dogs like Santa Claus with his reindeers. And let's pull up Abraxas so you can see. There's only one truth. Many people expressing it. Here is Ezekiel. Right here. Abraxas. Look at there. And you can see it got the 4 horsemen. And on Ezekiel's side, you got these 4 horsemen as well. Same concept. They said in the end of days, God gonna crack the sky open. Well, look at what Ezekiel doing. How come your God got all these parallels with Camazotz, Moses, Isis, and all that? Ezekiel and Enoch. Everybody doing the same thing. The God of the Bible cracking the sky open in the end of days. Look at what Ezekiel doing. This means when you die, your soul exits the body through the brain. And the brain in this instance is the sky. It cracks the sky open because there's a vault in the sky. They call it the sky vault. Here it is right here. This little portal. The soul breaks out of that when we die. It leaves out of that. So it's like saying God breaking the sky open in your end of days. In the end of days. In the end of one's days, you know. So let's move on, connect some more dots though. Here go to what they call the pagan moon goddess. Now guess what? This goddess traveled in and out of the earth realm through the moon as a portal. And you can see her sitting on the moon crest. I put this up because look, we can deal with witches and fairy tales, or we can bring back the ancient technology that we was using to lead the earth. The stars and the moon and all that is simulation technology. When you look at the moon and all that, you like to separate that shit from technology, but it's not. It's technology. It's science. The sun, moon, all that shit is part of this simulation. Now, they tell stories about these witches that was leaving the earth through the moon as a portal. Do I believe the moon is a portal? Yeah. But why am I showing you this? I'm showing you how the moon is a portal. Everything is based upon a simulation and you being in a virtual reality. This is Vitruvian man. It's one thing to say, well, the moon is a portal to another world. It's another thing to give you the technology and science of how. Because Our soul is mimicking this virtual reality technology. When your soul travel into one of these stargates, it's merging with that system and that frequency. It's just like a human getting plugged into this virtual game. And let's say that this dude gets tired of this particular game. He learned his lesson. He beat the game. And he say, you know what? I want to get into a different machine and play a different game. In the base reality, we are fucking gamers, y'all. That's what I'm telling you. I know this sounds crazy, but you want to know what we doing in heaven? Playing video games called life. We living out these simulations and we getting perks just like a video game. If you beat the damn game and do what you're supposed to do, you will leave the game with a perk. So if you lose the game, you lose some of your perks. And you don't want to do that because it's hard to beat the game with less perks. What if I told you, if you lose at this game of Mario, the next time you play it, you can't get the fireballs. And each time you die, well, you don't get a perk now. We take a perk. That's how the game of life feels according to the Hindu and many others. When we de-evolve and we fail and we don't complete our purpose here, we born again worse off than what we were at first. And if you can't beat the game with the fireball power, you know you ain't gonna beat it without it. So the more you die, the harder it is to beat the shit, according to some ancients. I don't really like those interpretations. Now, there are others that say, everything you doing wrong, you knew you was gonna do it wrong. You ain't gonna be punished for it. You literally came here to do wrong and learn from it. Every mistake you made, you supposed to make it. Your soul signed up to make them particular mistakes because it needed to learn that lesson from them. I like those interpretations. So you got two different many ancients spoke different about like reincarnation, but the ones I tend to resonate with is, hey, every wrong I did, I signed up to do it, just like every right I wrote out. It was a prescription that the soul needed to take in order to become its greatest version. It had to do I tell everybody this, right? Go look in the mirror right now. If you happy with who you are, you owe that to all of the mistakes you made and all the good stuff you did. If you go back in your life and remove all the mistakes you made, you wouldn't be the person you are right now. You owe that to the good and the bad. So that's what I was saying about everything we do here is helping us mold out who we supposed to be. It's written in the script. And we can't stray from the script. So you ain't got no choice but to get up out of here and succeed. I like that because it says that ain't nobody gonna be left behind. We all gonna wake up and learn, and it's just equal. Versus some people gonna miss the mark and they gonna reincarnate and they gonna de-evolve. Some people gonna make it out. That one's gloomy, right? But you can take whichever one resonate with you. I'm just giving you the different interpretations of like what some people say when we die, we come back as different animals and stuff. Some people say when we die, we come back as who we are and different perfected versions of that. And that's what I go with. I can actually have my proof for that, but I'm getting off subject and I want to get back on subject. Here is the pagan moon goddess that traverses the ethers through the moon. Here is another image of Vitruvian man to show you perhaps these symbols are technology that we used to leave the earth. What if the original earth, we're there? What if we're in Eden right now, but we don't know it? because we're hooked up to one of these machines right here. Think about what I'm saying. We are speaking as if we left heaven. We left the base reality. We didn't. We put a veil on inside. What the Bible says it this way. Adam and Eve put the clothes on. They covered themselves, and that's how they left Eden. They didn't really leave Eden. They shielded themselves from it with a veil. So you could say technically we left because, like, if you inside of someone's house and you're hooked up to a virtual reality game, you're not really there mentally, but you're there physically. So you can say God lost his damn mind, and God's mind wandered away from his base body into his gaming avatars. And until God's mind returned back home, then he just gonna lay there asleep. That's like when you're dreaming. Until your mind returns from the dream back to your body in the bed, you gonna stay asleep. Because leaving the dream is awakening. And awakening is when your wandering mind returns back to the dreamer. That's all. That's when God gonna wake up, and he gonna wipe the spit off his damn mouth and say, Sanchez told me all that shit wasn't real. The only thing real is the lessons we learn and the knowledge we take. People perfecting their mind on these machines in the base reality. And you ain't gonna get off of this thing to the ancestors know that you ready. Right? So ain't nobody getting off this mechanism. You're right. This is what I call a hamster on a wheel. All of us, this is what we look like in the base reality. And yes, you're literally a hamster on a wheel, and you being in this state is generating power for the simulations and the multiverse. Meaning, if every gamer left their little Vitruvian pad, the simulation won't exist. Even if one gamer is still plugged in, then the simulation exists. It's all or nothing. Did I say that right? You know what I'm saying. If one of us sovereign beings with a soul agree to play the game, then the game will always exist in the base reality. If every single soul in the base reality get off this mechanism, the game won't even exist. Because what powers the game is our motion in the mechanism, like a hamster on a wheel. Now go look at the Matrix movie again. If everybody in the Matrix leave the Matrix like what Neo did, the Matrix won't exist, because what did Morpheus tell them? The robots is harvesting y'all energy. The Matrix power itself by turning the human into a battery. Guess what? Motion is energy. While you moving around on this thing and swinging around playing the game is powering itself with your vain motion. Well, I shouldn't say vain, because we're perfecting ourselves. We're perfecting ourselves. Basically, everything is being utilized. Ain't no waste. So it's like, imagine this, right? It's free energy, because imagine you playing a PlayStation, and instead of plugging the shit into the wall, you playing the game charges the game. Because energy equals motion, you moving the stick mechanisms and moving all the joystick, it powers the game. How would you turn the game off? Stop playing. Now think about what I just said. The game powers itself by the participation of the player. Ain't no on and off button. It ain't plugged into nothing. It's power coming from your participation. How do you cut it off? Easy question, ain't it? Right. You just stop playing. That's the way this simulation is. It ain't plugged into like the wall. It's based upon collective consent. If every sovereign soul agree to this shit, it exists. Oh, I said every. If every sovereign soul disagree, it don't exist. But if only one sovereign soul agree to this shit, it exists. That's what I'm saying. The simulation exists if only one sovereign soul enter it. It don't take but one person to keep this thing alive. But it take all of us to shut it down. Now, the shutting it down ain't the key. If you don't like the simulation, you can just leave. I was just explaining to you how to shut the shit down. I don't think it's gonna happen, goddammit. It's gonna always be a motherfucker that say, plug me back into the matrix. I know this is not real steak, but it tastes good. Put me back in the game. I'm not dumb enough to think every sovereign soul gonna say, I quit, I don't wanna play. Let's take my scenario and say I'm right about this. I think the game gonna always exist. But ain't nothing wrong with that because who cares? Your ability to lead a game and stay in the game is there. So I wouldn't give a fuck if it exists or not. I can leave when I'm tired. I can go back when it's there. In other words, I don't got to destroy the simulation. I can just leave it. Like what we're doing is this, right? You're in a video game saying, I don't like this shit. And you're trying to provide maintenance from your avatar in the game. And you can't edit the game that way. You don't change the rules of Mario by playing Mario. You put the stick down and act like a programmer. If you saying Mario don't jump high enough, well, that's a coding problem. I don't care how hard you hit the A button, Mario ain't gonna jump higher because the one who coded the game said Mario can only jump this high. That's who put the limitations in the game. We are players and we're trying to change the rules of the game from Mario perspective versus saying, look, I'm not a fucking character in this game. I'm the one created this game and programmed this shit. That's when you become lucid in the dream and you're no longer bound by the laws of the universe. I've done it before. Let me explain something to you. There's something called lucid dreaming. When you are dreaming and you don't know that you're dreaming, you are bound to the laws of the universe like everybody else in the dream. You're equal. You're another human. But the moment you dreaming and you say, oh shit, I'm dreaming, but you don't wake up, some of y'all done this before. You can fly. You can pick up mountains, man. You can manipulate reality like a video game. It's called lucid dreaming. This is when you're dreaming and you realize, oh shit, I'm dreaming, but you don't wake up from the dream. The moment you become woke inside of your own dream and you know you dreaming, the rules don't apply no more. It's like a cheat code. And think about that and let that sink in a minute. When you're in your dream and you don't know you dreaming, you are bound by the laws of physics like everyone else. Think about that a minute. It's your dream, but you don't know you can manipulate it because you don't know you dreaming. And because of what you don't know, you're walking around your world like everyone else in your world. You're literally the God of this fucking universe. And you're walking around in it like an extra. And then you say to yourself, oh shit, I'm dreaming. And all of a sudden, you ain't like nobody else in the dream. You can do shit no other human in the dream can do just by realizing I'm dreaming. That's the cheat code. Knowing, gnosis, is what activates our God ability in these parallel realms. Think about, it's a very thin line between you being a mere mortal and a fucking God. And the thin line is gnosis. Oh shit, I'm dreaming. Becoming lucid. You can't say Lucifer without saying lucid. The serpent was the one that knew too much. The serpent is the one that's saying in the dream world, oh shit, we dreaming. Wake up. That's what Neo and them was saying in the Matrix. The world gonna attack you like Jesus when you do that. The Caesar gonna come out to you because that's artificial intelligence in this simulation. Once it knows you know you dreaming and you're activated, it gotta kick you out. Think about when you dreaming and you become lucid. You start manipulating shit and you start getting scared of your own ability in this world. And you tap out like, wake me the fuck up. This shit getting crazy. Nigga, I was lucid dreaming. I was flying. Nigga, I was picking up mountains. Well, why didn't you stay and keep doing it over there? Why don't you stay over? Why do we wake up from a lucid dream? If you're lucid, you can choose to stay, right? We get overwhelmed with our own ability. It's like when I astral projected. We know what we are as infinite beings. We know we got a soul. But when we prove it to ourselves with experiments, it's scary to confirm this truth. And I don't know why the hell it's scary. That's weird. It's like we'll say, man, we're gods. And then you approve it and be like, oh shit, I'm a god. Oh shit, I'm a god, nigga. Make me a human again. That's scary. It's weird. I've literally astral projected, got out of my body. I'm in this other version of me in a parallel earth. And the moment I realized that the shit I'm teaching, I'm really doing it, I got scared as hell and bring me back to this place, man. Now think about that. We talk this shit all day about our ability, but the moment you do it is scary. To confirm all of this knowledge that I am indeed a multidimensional being that exists in parallel reality. If y'all go to sleep tonight and you in a dream and you become lucid and remember all this shit, you gonna get scared. You gonna be like, oh shit, nigga, this the shit we talking about. I'm doing it. Oh shit, and that's gonna scare you. But that's natural. I want y'all to know that that's natural. I've talked to so many people and they say that that's natural. It's like you're getting acquainted to a stranger that ain't a stranger. Like, it's like you're getting to know this new thing that you can do. It's like a caterpillar using its butterfly wings for the first time. Like, damn. Like the caterpillar was believing it was a butterfly. It was like, damn, man, I heard we butterflies when we die. That's like a human saying, man, I heard when we die that we're angels, we're gods, man, when we die. That's just a belief, though, because the only way you can prove it is to die. So the caterpillar is saying, man, I believe we're butterflies and shit. It can't really prove it, so that's why I'm saying belief. For all the caterpillar know, it's just a caterpillar. But the caterpillar, in my opinion, is driven by belief, not knowledge. I believe the belief turns into gnosis. Excuse me, I believe the gnosis exists dormant with us. That's what fused the belief. Because think about this. Everything I'm saying right now can be wrong, man. We can die and it can be something else. But this, what we say, this stuff resonate with us. We haven't died yet, like the legal definition of death. We haven't expired our body yet to literally prove what I'm saying. We dream and all that, but we ain't, you know what I'm saying? And that's what I'm saying, like, in a way, it does require a little belief. But what I was saying is the belief ain't founded on blind belief. It's founded on a dormant truth within the body. The body is not immortal, but we're trying to convince the body that it's something within it that is immortal. Can the body know that if it can't see that? If we can see the brain but not the mind, how can the brain process the mind's existence? Get what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is that part of us knows we're gonna live on, and that when we dream, this must be what death is like. And I got the teachings of the ancients, and I take all that to conclude, hey, maybe this is what the answer is. But I must admit, we ain't gonna find out till we kick that can, buddy. I got to just be honest and say that. But why am I saying all that? It's to say that it's powerful to have a feeling inside of you that you can't put your finger quite on, but the feeling confirms to you about your infinite divine existence that you can't really prove in this simulation outside of a feeling I got, which in this place, that just having a feeling about something ain't enough for us to call it a fact here. So I gotta be technical here and say, is my belief. So I'm saying all that to say, you know, it's powerful for a caterpillar to have a feeling that, you know what, I'm not my final form. I'm looking in the mirror, I'm this little white little worm, I'm a caterpillar. But I feel like I'm something greater. I feel like I can fly, but I'm a little larvae. I believe the caterpillar takes this strong belief inside the cocoon with it. And this thing is what transforms it into its greater version. And that's why I think they want our belief so much. Like, they love our belief. They really want the part of us that believes and have faith. They want us to give it to them versus believing ourselves. Everyone know you can get further in life if you believe in your damn self versus a white man in the sky. If a human believed in they self for just 1 year, they will get further than they've been their whole life believing in Jesus. The people y'all look up to, they believed in they self more than anything outside they self, and y'all idolize them folks. But you don't do that. Look at this here, y'all. This is Adam, Vitruvian man. Look, Ezekiel's wheel. Saturn. Let's look at some more. Here he go right here. See, this is a mechanism in the higher realm that we created to perfect ourselves. It's beautiful technology. You take a baby God in the higher realm, you put him in the machine, you put her in the machine, and when they finish with their little simulation, their little matrix life, then they'll come out refined and a better person than what they would have been. I believe 100% in the simulation. I think that this place is making us better, man. Everything is divine order. Now, let me show you something about Saturn. Here is the Mayan version of the god Saturn, or who they call Satan, the Lord of the Rings. What you got is this deity that's covered in rings like Ezekiel, you see? And it's because Satan or Saturn is the Vitruvian man. It's the you that's playing a game. Avatar. That's your fallen version. And this is what it looked like right here, Saturn. All covered in all these rings. Just like a hamster on a wheel. But here is the Mayan version of the Lord of the Rings. You see the face at the middle of them rings? That's Saturn. This is Satan. The whole world was into Satanism, but just remember that the word Saturn is Santa, which is center. Center is center. The God at the center of this ripple effect called time. Time is a ripple effect, but that's just an effect. We talking about the cause. You got cause and effect. The cause of the effect is at the middle of the whole thing. When people look at a ripple effect, you got to ask what caused the effect? The rock that dropped in the water. The cause will always be in the middle of the effect. Because when you drop the rock in the water, all of the ripples are going to emanate around it from the point of impact. So this face that you see in the middle is your God body. And when the God body was dropped into the primordial waters, time was created. And time is a ripple effect with these rings that you see around this person. Time will end when your game is over. Game over. The sky will stop turning and the sun and moon will be still when you die. Because why? Your mechanism stopped. Do you know how many ancient people that said when you die, the sky stopped turning? And even in a lot of religions, they say that when the world ends, the sun and moon gonna stop. What they really talking about is when you die, your little world gonna end. Your sky gonna blacken, time gonna sit still, the sun gonna stop, the moon gonna stop. That's because all of the shit you see in the sky is these circles turning around you. The illusion around us is coming from a mechanism. And when they eject you up out of your pod, your time stops. Because time ain't nothing but this machine around these circles around you creating different points in time and different shit, you know, in the game. You know, you got all of these rings around you, and basically the closer you get to leaving the simulation, you know, these things slow down and stop. Like when you complete one lifetime, one of these rings stop, it powers down. Now only a few spinning. When you complete another life, that ring power down. In your last lifetime is only gonna be one of these things spinning. And once it's shut down, this whole shit gonna open up and let you out like a big mechanism. It's gonna be like open up, and you gonna see people waiting on the other side, and you gonna take your blindfolds off. They gonna say, hey man, you completed your game. You've been in there about 3 hours. And you gonna be like, what the fuck? I had 7 lifetimes, man. You mean to tell me I only left this shit for 3 hours? Yeah, we ain't been gone that long. But yeah, man, so they're gonna take this shit off your eyes, all this shit gonna power down, they're gonna help assist you off this shit and let you know what you gain with your experience, your perk up. And you can choose to go into another one whenever you read. However, you know, this is what's going on in the higher realm. People just playing games. It's just gaming. It's just fucking gaming for perks. Sound crazy, don't it? Now here go Buddha. Here's another telling of the story. Buddha in the tree. Same thing we see here. Because think about this, right? This God that you call Saturn is like his ripple effect, right? Him in the middle of his ripple effect. Let me show you what it means. If you cut a tree open, you will see the same pattern. It's a ripple effect. Now, a lot of people think when you drop a rock in the water, that's how you create a ripple effect. Let me explain something to you. Any seed you drop anywhere is a ripple effect. It ain't just water, okay? Any seed that you germinate creates a ripple effect. So, for example, you drop a seed in the ground and you make a tree, but you created a ripple effect just like in the water. Look. So you may drop a rock in the water and you don't see that it's shaped like a pattern when you make the underwater splash. Look. You make a tree when you drop a rock in the water. Look at this tree. Let me show you what this tree is, man. Look at this tree right here. You drop a rock in the water and you make a tree under the ground. Look at the tree. Look at that, with the trunk and the spread out at the top. You see this tree? Let me show you. You drop some in the water and you create the patterns of, you can't escape this shit. That's why I'm able to do this. Everything is everything. You see the tree, folks? Now let me break some down to you about a tree. Watch this. When you drop a seed in the ground, you make the same pattern. This tree pattern. When you drop a human in just some water, you make this pattern. Now look, this ain't a random pattern, folks. It's the expansion of energy. So look at the underwater splash. It looked like a tree, right? You see how the trunk is nothing but the path of light? Treat this person like a seed. This human body is the seed. And the seed is buried in the ground, and the trunk goes up and make the roots, which is and the branches which connect to the sky. So this person body right here would be the seed under the ground, making your root system, the trunk going up, and the branches spreading out at the top, connecting with the heavens. This is a tree. It's a simple pattern. And how do you make this tree? You drop a seed in the ground just like the person that dropped in this water. This same pattern is all around you. It's the way energy expands. It's a mushroom cloud when a bomb go off. Look just like a tree. You can't escape this. And this is why the human body looks the way it looks. We're a mushroom cloud walking. Because everything is energy expanding and there's only one shape to that. So let's go, if you go to the trunk of that tree and cut it, you will see the same ripple effect you get in the water from right here. Because think about this. In order for me to see the ripple effect, I would have to be above this person looking down at the splash. You see what I'm saying? Let me just share some with you. You don't know that you're in a ripple effect of time because you're in it. But if you leave the earth and look down at these people, you will see everybody surrounded by a ripple effect. You will see, let's say if I can get you out of your body right now and we go to like the higher realm and look down at the earth, you will see a bunch of people in their little Vitruvian gaming wheels surrounded by time. And you will see that the time gonna keep playing out till that wheel run out of energy and it slow down on its own. So if you look at a human from a top-down view, we look like a tree with rings like this. But the tree rings is the same way. Your body in the middle of all these rings is a ripple effect, because look at this right here. Here go the human body right here, man. Here go your head, your neck, shoulders, and your legs. The human body is in the middle of a ripple effect, just like this right here. Look. See how your body shapes like the very center of a ripple effect? Our body ain't no random shape. Every human body is shaped the same because we disturb the waters. Your body is literally a disturbance in the primordial waters, a tear, a break in the ether. And that's like a ripple effect. Every god that fell into this medium created the same pattern, which is what I'm showing you now. The little ball that you see hovering above your head is the crown chakra. Let me show that to you. That's what's reflecting the whole world into it. Let me show you. That ball is showing the whole universe reflected in that. Look at this this ball is hovering right above your head. Look at it. Now, that right there is this little drip of water right here that's disconnected. This little ball of water above your head right here, it's reflecting everything below into this ball. So this little ball above your head got the whole world around you, the two-dimensional world reflected into it. That's why when we leave the earth, we leave the ripple effect and go into this little ball, and it's a whole parallel earth in there. It's a continuum. Because think about this, right? The ripple effect that's creating the earth below, it's being reflected into this ball right here. And once you get into there, the reflected ripple effect is creating another ball that's reflecting that ripple effect. It's an endless continuum. You get what I'm saying? Inside of this little ball right here is a reflected ripple effect. And because each ripple effect got its own little ball in the middle, Polaris exists in each earth. There's a Polaris hovering above each earth, which is your crown. And what I'm telling you is this. All of these ripple effects are connected through reflection. Imagine an ocean full of ripple effects. Every little drip of water you see hovering above the effect will project so much of the world below it into it. But the whole thing is the world below fades away. It's just an effect. The reflection exists forever because even though the effect died out here, it didn't die out in the reflection. You get what I'm saying? It's always, and the crazy part about it, when this ball drops back down, it's gonna recreate the ripple effect over again. It's a it will never stop. It will never end. It's just gonna, soon as this thing seems like, okay, the ripple effect fading away is losing energy, this ball up here is the higher self. It's just gonna fall right back into this shit and create a new effect. That's you having another life. It's just gonna keep creating a new Saturn and time again. That's reincarnation. But each time it's gonna do it better and better and get good at it. But if you look at the human body surrounded by these rings, this ain't no random pattern. This is a ripple effect that I can show you right here with the human body in the middle, surrounded by a bunch of rings with the crown chakra at the top. I'm giving you the spiritual interpretation, not the literal Christ, the spiritual Christ. And the reason I'm bringing up the tree is because it goes back to my thumbnail. We about to bring it home. We about to bring it home. Because Buddha in the tree is the soul caught up in the central nervous system, sleep, waiting to wake up. Here go to God. The crazy thing about this ripple effect right here, don't you know the very middle of this tree ring ripple effect is where the seed was dropped? Just like a ripple effect. If you trace all of these rings back to the middle of the effect, you will see the point of impact where the cause exists, not the effect. See, here go the thing now. The middle of a ripple effect ain't got the ripple effect. Just like the middle of the earth ain't there. That's where Asgard is. There's a hole in creation to allow for the fact that we got to get up out of this place. Somebody kept the door open. What you got to realize is in the middle of this ripple effect is not the effect, it's the rock or the cause. You got cause and effect. When you go to the middle of this effect, you leave the effect and you enter the cause. And that'll be like going to the North Pole. You are leaving the earth and you're going to that which created the earth. You're returning to the source of this effect called time. And that's what I'm saying about you going to the middle of this tree ring effect. You're leaving the tree and going back to the seed that fell in the ground. See, the very middle of this thing represent the point of impact where the cause happened at. It's so deep because we can pinpoint the exact spot where the farmer dropped the seed at. That's never lost. That information is never lost. All the ley lines and branches point right back to the cause. Every branch on the tree, every striation, which is what these you got the circles, concentric circles, and then you got these striations. These are natural forms in the tree that are like paths, highways that lead to the seed. All of these highways lead back home where this whole thing started at. And when you cut the human brain open, it's the same pattern. Our brain got more layers than a tree than the tree rings. And with all them layers and all them neural highways, it all is compressing into the center, just like this Hindu cosmos is showing us. Every circle is getting smaller because they're all pointing to the center. Every line is pointing back to the cause of it all. And when you do that and you put this next to the Mayan, because the God body is the seed of creation. So here is the Mayan cosmos. In the middle of it is God, but God is your higher self who forgot who he is. So in the middle of all that shit is the real you, the God body in Eden, right here. Just like in the middle of the tree is the seed, the real, the first version of it. You trace this stuff back to the center of the trunk and you get an action, not a tree. This reminds of an action that was taken. What was the action? A seed was dropped into the ground. That was before any of these tree rings even existed. That was before any tree existed. It was an action. That's the cause. After that cause and that action, it was just an effect. And the tree is the effect, not the cause. Just like your body is an effect, your soul is the cause. This is why your body got to die, because it's an effect. Think about this, right? Your body is God reflecting himself on the surface of this water into the ripple effect pattern of time. That's a distorted image of God, because the ripple effect pattern is distorting God's true image. We can't see the true face of God and what God looked like until this ripple effect die out. Until then, we see a distorted representation of God, and that's what your body is. That's why the body is in the middle of the effect. What forms when God falls from power? God in the lower realm is existing as a flawed representation of what it truly is, or what's called a distorted reflection. So the body is a placeholder for God until this effect die down. Then we can see God's true beautiful face, and that's called death. You should get happy about death. People should rejoice when you think about death the way the ancients thought about it. They said that every event in your life will lead to your death, and you can't escape your fate because you wrote out your script before you even plugged into this game. Your game will end after your avatar have completed everything your God body wrote out for it before you put these goggles on. If you don't like what's happening in your life, but you look in the mirror and you like who you are because of it, shut your mouth. Because nobody liked how medicine tastes, but it made you better. This is a prescription. It don't supposed to taste good. It just supposed to produce good. The higher self wrote out everything you need to experience to get you to your greater version. So it's like saying it prescribed you this shit. That's why the word script is in the word prescription. So our whole life is a cure that the soul was given itself to heal, to help it transform to a greater version. And now you start to look at the events in your life as divine prerequisites to help you transform versus proof that you're a bad person who need a preacher and a pastor to govern over you, right? And that's the difference between the literal and spiritual interpretations. Now, we're going to do a part 2. I'm going to give y'all some more of this. At this time, I'm going to go ahead and rush to the thumbnail part, but we'll expound on it some more. In the next part 2, we're going to go more into meiosis and Moses and talk about the cell splitting and how that created 2 versions of you in duality. And also we're going to talk about Buddha and Christ and really go deep with the literal and spiritual interpretations. I'm going to blow you away because look, here is an image of Christ right here. And you can see Christ is in the middle of the Zodiac. That'll be like when you see Buddha in the middle of that tree trunk. Right? Let's pull up Buddha and I'm going to end right here. Remember what I just told you. Buddha is in the middle of this tree trunk. But what did I say? What's at the middle of the tree trunk? The seed, y'all. Buddha is personifying the cause of time. Saturn, the creator of time, is all of us. We created time when we fell into the primordial waters. We caused the ripple effect of time around a point of impact. Y'all get me? So if you look at the middle of this tree trunk, this would be like looking at Buddha from a top-down view. If I was to cut this tree trunk and open and look down into it like we doing right here, Buddha would be the middle part, the black dot in the middle, the seed, the 0 point, the Christ point. That would be Buddha. the cause. And another way of looking at that is this Mayan version here, where in the middle of this ripple effect, we got this goddess right here, which is another way of saying the God body, the cause, not the effect. So when you look at Buddha, understand we're still looking at Saturn and a ripple effect from a side view. Just like this right here. This is like looking at Buddha. Because remember, if you was above this little girl and you was hovering above the water, looking down at this splash, you would see this right here. Right? But if you're under the water looking right at it, you see a mushroom cloud. You see here? But when you go above the water and look down into this splash, you get this ripple effect. But it's the same thing with a tree, y'all. Same thing with a tree. At the middle of the tree or at the middle of the ripple effect is Saturn or Buddha. And that's why I want to show y'all Buddha. Because Christ was a serpent and his serpent form was Serapis. And the reason Christ was a serpent deity is because Christ was a Nagini. Here he go right here in Egypt. And here go another form of Christ, the demiurge, Serapis. And the reason Christ is wrapped up in that snake is because Christ is personifying the cause, not the effect. The snake is time, chronos. That's what the snake is. It's a ripple effect. But Christ in the middle is Santa. That's the cause of time. Y'all get me? So you can, it's the same thing as me showing you this right here. This person can say it like, you can say where they wrapped up in a snake, right? This is a Nagini, so Christ was a Nagini. And here is, when you wrap the person up in a snake, the snake represent time or the Zodiac. And this is why we see Saturn or Santa at the center of time, the North Pole, wrapped up in the Zodiac right here. You see? When we left Eden and they said we put clothes on, it wasn't literal. We're fallen angels who we bathed ourselves in chronos, in time, in the primordial waters. We caused an effect when we fell. And we covered ourselves in a ripple effect, just like that little girl that's diving in that water. She's covered in a splash pattern, a veil of energy that she created. She's immersed in her own ripple effect, just like Saturn. And he won't be free from time until this effect dissipates naturally. And so we see Saturn right here with the Zodiac wrapped around him. We see Jesus right here, Zodiac wrapped around him. We see another God here, same thing, Zodiac around the waist. That God is called Anu, which is another form of Noah. And so why are they at the middle of this thing? Because they're the cause, not the effect. In the next Part 2, we're going to talk about the Star of Bethlehem, and we're going to go into the history of how a lot of this knowledge got corrupted in Egypt. We're going to read a letter that was written to the emperor when this stuff was getting corrupted to shed light on it. We're going to go real deep and talk about the Star of David, what you call the Star of Bethlehem. And we're going to deal with that star, which become the symbol of Zionism today. And it is really the star Remphan. Stick around for part 2. You don't want to miss it, because that star is related to Vitruvian man. And everything we've been teaching here with the Star of Bethlehem being the birth star because we entered the simulation in this star, which was translated to the light of conception. Our very light of conception resembles the mechanism that started our birth in Eden. Let that sink in. Talk about as above, so below. You entering, think about what I'm telling you now, because this is very deep now. When your God body entered this mechanism, your sperm cell entered your mother's egg, and the light spark that it produced with the light of conception resembles the mechanism that your God body entered in the higher realm. Let that sink in. Let that sink in, bro. That's crazy. That's fucking crazy. You hear what I'm saying? Let me show you something, bro. The light of conception shapes like the Polaris symbol. Look, this is what they call the Star of Bethlehem, the North Star. It's the point of impact that you made when you entered your mother's egg. And wherever you hit the egg at, that became the 0 point. That's the middle of the earth. No, all of us may have hit the egg in a different spot, but if you were to go to the North Pole, all of us would see our own sleeping God body. If every single human took a physical trip to the North Pole, we would reach a chamber with a sleeping version of us in it. The chamber will reflect a version of us sleeping to each viewer. I will see me in there, you will see you in there. We all will look into the same portal, but none of us will see the other one. We all will see ourselves in the same mirror. That's what's happening at the North Pole. Every sperm entered this universe in a different location, but wherever it entered at became its North Pole. The compasses are pointing us to a break-in point where the sperm entered the egg. But the crazy thing about all of this is when the sperm entered the egg, the spark of light that it produced looks like the mechanism it entered before it entered the egg. Talking about a fractal code, man. Let's let that right there is like crazy to me, bro. The fact that our higher self entered a mechanism in a higher realm, and that action was mirrored in a lower realm by the sperm entering a mechanism, the egg. And when the sperm repeated the act of what the God body did in a higher realm, the light that came from the impact resembled the mechanism that you entered before you even became the sperm. Let that, I know y'all ready for me to open up the calls and read the donations, but that right there is so crazy, dog. That's crazy. That the light of everyone's conception is resembling the mechanism that put us in here in the fucking first place. I don't know if that's gonna hit y'all the way it's hitting me, but that's fucking crazy. That's crazy. The North Pole ain't no geographic set location. The North Pole is all like every star in the sky is its own Polaris. You know why? If your soul leave this earth and enter that star, remember that star is just your pineal gland in another earth. So even though that star ain't the North Pole here, when you go through that star, it's the North Pole for that world. You get what I'm saying? Like Venus is a star, but it's a portal. And when you go through that portal, you coming out Polaris in another world, not Venus. You get what I'm saying? So each of these stars is its Polaris in its world. But from this world, it ain't Polaris. It's just a star around Polaris is what I'm saying. Because think about what Polaris is. It's the hole in the middle of your head. So if my soul leave this body and go through Venus, I didn't go through Polaris. I'm aiming at Venus. But once I enter Venus, I'm entering the North Pole still, because I got to seat myself in my head and my body that's in that world. You get how deep this shit is? It's all strung together in a big network. You can't escape the center. The center ain't really a location. The center is this portal. This like, what the center is a highway that's allow us to even go from here to there to here to there. It ain't a set geographic spot, because when you get there, you're going to be at the center all over again. And if you go out that star, well, you at the center of that world. That's because every version of you is in the middle of its own universe. So when you're entering another version of yourself in a parallel reality, even though you're not going through Polaris here, you're going through the chakras, the wandering stars. Each of them is aligned with the center. Because think about it, if there's a you in each of the chakras that's aligned, when you go out there to Venus, you still returning right back here, but a different version. I'm going to draw this so you can see it. This going to make sense on the board, right? This is what's going on. You got this big ass body of yourself. This the God body. This the you at the North Pole, right? But see, here's the problem. He got a spinal cord right here. This your God body, and in your God body is one of your yous. Like Bro Sanchez is one of these little bitty miniature versions. I'm not this big version. This big version is sleep. He's sleep. He ain't gonna wake up until all these little versions die. So look, that's why I'm saying, like, you got Venus, Uranus, Saturn, Sun, Moon. You got 7 wandering stars. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You got these stars in the sky, right? And when you're, just say you're right here. Let's go down one. Let's go down here. Here go Earth. You're inside of this particular universe right now. When you sleep, right, you may leave the Earth and project over here and go in here. Let's say this is like Mars. The stars in the sky ain't doing nothing but allowing your consciousness to travel up and down this Jacob's ladder. Again, I don't want to confuse y'all. This big body right here is not you. This is you, but it ain't this version. It's your God body. Let me put that right here so we don't get confused. This is your God body. But you're not, your God body ain't activated. That's why I'm saying you're inside of your own God body. He's asleep. You're in one of these little worlds right here within your God body. But for you to navigate your God body, you got to travel the heavens. You get what I'm saying? For you to say, I want to leave this world and go to this world. Or I want to leave this world and go up here to this world. This elevator system is about God, you projecting to the heavens. Because think about what's happening. In each of these little worlds, there's a sky. there's a sun and a moon in each of these worlds. Why? In every elevator, we got the buttons to every other floor, right? This is an elevator system. When you go in this elevator, it got options for you to go in all these other elevators and vice versa. So my whole thing basically is like, we are a ball of consciousness navigating our own God body. The multiverse is 7 seals inside of our God body. And till each seal is broken, we don't make it out of this duality. You're trapped in a big ass God body. And you ain't your God body yet. You're inside of yourself, learning and growing and trying to make it rise up to the top here. But what I'm telling you is that when we dream, we're navigating our God body by projecting through the heavens. Each of these stars is connected to a different chakra within the God body. That's why when we go out, we're going in, as within, so without. When we look at the stars, we're looking inside of ourselves because it's reflection. Look. It's reflection because watch this. It's like each one of these is connected to its own little star. Draw a line to each one. You see what I'm saying? So the whole thing is like it's a system. You're neither one. You ain't none of these bodies, man. You're just a ball of light that's going from this body to that body to that body when you're dreaming. You ain't none of these bodies that's walking around the dream. You're the sleeping God out here. What you are is God's fallen consciousness inside of his body lost. Imagine a little bitty ball of light trying to navigate this big ass God body and find its way all the way back up to the highest heaven of heavens up here. But it got to go through this system here. But the only thing I was showing you is like how we project outward to come back in. Because let's say right now you right here, this you. And he go to sleep and he start dreaming. He gonna shoot his consciousness out into, let's say, Venus. That Venus is already in his little bubble right here. You get what I'm saying? Because it's reflection. In each of these little bubbles is a sun, a moon, a Venus, a Saturn. Every little bubble inside of the big God body got their own little sky and universe in there. Just like a dream when you're dreaming. In your little dream, you got another little sun, another little moon. You got a little cosmos going in your dream. We keep copying this shit. So in each one of these little bubbles, you got a Earth, a Mars, a 7 wandering stars. That's so that all of them can be connected with each other at all times. That means from any given parallel reality, you can travel to any given parallel reality. Imagine how it would be if you went to dream in Venus tonight, but there was no, the sky was different in Venus world. Guess what? You'll get trapped and lost. You'll get trapped and lost. In each of these Earths, you're going to have the same planets and same stars because that's literally the mechanisms of how we navigate this whole system. It's like saying, hey, if I get on an elevator in this one building and I get off on one floor and hit the elevator again, is it gonna have the same numbers? Because if it don't, I'm gonna get lost. Imagine being in a hotel and every time you get on the elevator, the numbers are changed. You'll be like, well, how do I get back to floor number 10? I don't see number 10 on here. My room is on floor 10, but when I get on the elevator, it's only rooms 30 through 70. Which one is 10? It'll be confusing, right? So the numbers will never change, and every flow will be accessible at all times. It's the same thing here. No matter what parallel reality you in, the sun and moon gonna be in the sky, the same planets, the same shit. That's consistent. That's consistent because that's part, like I said, I'm repeating myself, that's part of the navigational mechanisms we put there in this game. And that don't change. In all of your parallel realities, it's gonna be the cardinal directions, east, west, right? The same, that don't change in none of these worlds. People will tell you, man, I was in the world flying, I was doing all kind of crazy shit. But when you was doing that, you was able to go left, right, north, south, east, west, you knew where the center was. That don't change. People will say, I was in the sky, right? Because the sky was still there with the sun in it, the moon in it. No matter how many magic tricks you doing, you ain't making that stuff go away. I don't give a fuck if you lucid dreaming, astral traveling. You don't control that. Those are doorways out of this game. You don't have an option to edit that shit. You know what I'm saying? But we'll say the rest for part 2.